welcome along and welcome to Attingham Park. We are heading into Attingham, where we're going to go and pick out our farm where we're going to be doing this series on. So this is a start from scratch series. It's not a follow-on from my roleplay in FS19 because I want to do something a little bit different and a little bit explore the map a little bit more. And a start from scratch I always find is fairly good for that. So for that, the first thing we've got, of course, is our landy here. This is actually on a lease because I worked out the maths and I can't really afford to purchase it outright on the farm. So we do have the lease to buy on here. So my hope is eventually we will be buying our defender, but as it stands at the moment, we can't afford it because we are going to be doing this farm here. Now, this is a malt house farm. It's horses. I think it's horses and pigs on here. We're only going to be doing one of those animals, and because of the way that GB Modding has built this map, we're going to be able to reshape the yard with the other half for stuff that we want to do. So this is where we're going to start out. It's going to be fairly expensive. It's got some fairly big fields, but let's have a look at the map. And yeah, we are at this top corner here. So initially we are looking to purchase this fairly large area here. It encompasses field 3 and field 12. Its yield potential is not great, but it does include the farmyard. So that's why I want it more than anything. That is going to cost us 456,000. We have 496 available. So I'm hoping that we're going to have 40,000. It's 59,000. I want to get field 1, and I want to get field 1 today. But it's going to cut into our money to buy equipment. I think it's going to be worth it, and I think we're going to make money overall from these. So the other thing I initially need to do is actually max out our loan. We start from scratch with a £200,000 loan. We are going to max that out because there is absolutely no way I can see that I'm not going to need the maximum loan straight off the bat. If we end up with money left over today, we will pay it back. But yeah, we're going to need that. So let's go into here. We're going to buy these fields here, get ourselves the yard. Yes, please. And then we're going to buy field 1. And the reason why we're buying field 1, it's part of these clump of fields here. So 1, 2, 3, 12, 13, and 14, I think are a great place for us to get a farm. And then I think we'll expand over the river as well. There's some good fields out there as well. But field 1 has a yield potential of 125%. It's all loam, and it's got a crop ready to harvest. So we're going to buy that. Yes. Right, so that leaves us with 280,000. And you're beginning to see now why I could not afford to buy this landy outright and needed to actually lease it, at least initially on here. I do get lost in this yard, but we're heading this way. The other thing we're going to do is I'm going to get rid of the horses. So now that we've bought this, let's head into here. And yeah, reshaping the yard. The first thing, we are not going to be doing horses on here. And the horse area is this massive barn here and all this area over here. So I think getting rid of that is going to be quite good. Probably going to bring us a little bit of money in as well. 59,000. It's paying for field 1. That's fantastic. So yeah, we'll sell off the horse building. Opens up a whole area for us here. I do have something I want to put into this area. We might end up removing this barn as well and concentrating our yard over this way. But yeah, that's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Yeah, brings us back into an area where we're a lot better off with the money. What I need to do now, though, is head down to the shop. We are going to get something to go and harvest this field. I want to double check that we do actually have a crop in this field, because farm sim can be funny sometimes. There is still a problem with contracts at the moment, but I have put the modified version of better contracts on here. So let's have a look. So field 1 is wheat and field 1 is ready to harvest. Perfect. How much is field 10? Field 10 is 86,000. Maybe if we have enough. Right, let's go into the shop and select some equipment, I think. So first things first is I'm going to check the sales. And yeah, I did know about this came up. So if you were in my stream last night, I put the question, should we get this Kubota or should we get the Zebra? And it was a 55 to 45% choice for the Zebra. So we are going to be getting that to work around the yard. I don't need to buy it immediately, but that tractor there is going to be our front loader tractor and our yard working tractor. It's probably going to cost us about 60 odd thousand to get it. The tractor I want to do most of the work with, though, is this. This is the 7810 Forces 3. It is a fantastic mod and a fantastic tractor. So we are going to be putting Michelin tires on it. I'm going to put a right beacon 2 on it, which is there, which I like. And we are going to keep the original exhaust. We're going to throw the extra work lights on it. No mud guards, because no mud guards. No front guard, air conditioning. You see, what does the air conditioning do? I'd like AC on my tractor, I think. Where are you? AC. Yeah, it must be on the inside. How much does it add? 3,000 to put AC in the tractor. And I can't see where it goes. Oh, hang on. Is it at the sides? I think it's at the sides there. Nope. I have no idea where the AC goes. So we'll swelter a bit. Front loader attacher we're not putting on here. Engine setup. 7810 is 105 horsepower. That is not going to be enough for us. So we are going to get the turbo conversion on here. Costs an extra 6,000, will be worth it. And then I want to put a decent front weight on here. So we're going to go for the not quite largest setting. So a 520k weight. And then license plate. We got no plate. Now, I think we've only got 2 types of plate on here. So it's going to be an interesting choice for what we have. I think we're going to go AP 01, because this is our first tractor. And then I'm going to choose 3 initials based on a patron. So the lucky patron is chosen at random is FarmCatGR. So FCR is going to be the number plate on the back of this. So we will okay that. Oh, I need to set it to back only. I don't like the number plate on the front of here. So yeah, back only, and that is looking fantastic. So we are going to buy that tractor for 53,200. Now I need a trailer to cart with, and what we're going to do is use a classic 90s trailer. This is the Marston Ace 10 1993 edition. Configuration is for grain, because that's what we're going to be doing. It takes 14,000 litres, which is perfect for the combines I have in mind. BKT tyres are good. Sashi colour we want to leave. I want a ladder on there. I want a beacon on there. A right beacon on there. Okay, so I can only do left. Okay, we're going to do left. Marston is the branding. We will put a cover on, and we're going to go with the yellow. Oh, no. Main colour. We want the Marston blue. We will go with Marston blue old. I'd like it a little bit worn. And yeah, then the yellow on the top. And yep, we need to choose another number plate for here. So actually, I'm going to do number plates on the tractors. So yeah, number plates on the tractors are not on here. So we're going to leave this as FCR because that is the tractor number plate, and we're going to buy that as well. Now we're going to need a harvester. Now my initial thing on here was I have got the TX32 in. It's only 55,000. But the one I downloaded for this was this TR series of combines by Tired Iron Modding. Now 55,000 on the TX32, that gets us a 5,600 litre grain tank. So the equivalent is, I think, the 86. Yes, slightly bigger grain tank. And no choice on tires other than wheel setup, either 4-wheel drive or standard. We're going to leave standard, no GPS. This has a 6,695. So yeah, this should do 2 loads into our trailer. It is 80,000. Factory grains. Wow. Factory grain tank adds 2,000 onto it. So yeah, this is a nice 80s combine. I actually had a Britain's toy of one of these, which is quite cool. So yeah, I want to grab this. I'm hoping this is going to take the 6-meter header on it, and we'll see if that works. But yeah, buy this for 80,000. So it's significantly more expensive than our TX, but want to use a different one to the TX. I'm always using the TX. And then we have 2 headers here. I am going to put I'm going to get the 6-meter for 38,000. So we will buy that as well. And then we need a header trailer as well. So under here, we've got the 6-meter header trailer here. Rim color, I'm going to go with the white. I prefer the white rims. And it's either Lizard, Trelleborg, or Vredestein. So we'll go with the Trelleborg tires. And I need to change the combine. So we'll select the combine plate now. Yeah, let's see who from the Patreon. This is going to be the second person chosen at random from the Producer Level Patrons is Gareth. So I'm just going to put GAR for his number plate on here. So APO2GAR. We'll get the combine switch to this in a moment. Back only and okay. And that we want to buy as well. So there we are. There is our initial fleet of equipment. We've got a Ford 7810, a Marston trailer, a New Holland TR86, a 6-meter header, and a header trailer. Perfect. Right, as I said, we do need to sort out the number plate for this. So let's get this open, and we need to move the combine anyway. That header is not a great match for the color of this. I don't think there are any headers for this. It certainly didn't come with any headers in the pack. So, yeah, not sure what's happening there. Right, let's back this into here a little bit. I'm going to have to go round. Where are you? There we go. That should be far enough in. Yeah. Customize. It doesn't have a number plate. Wow, okay. So that's why. It's an interesting mod. We may end up going back to the TX36, especially if this doesn't work so well. We should make enough money to... TX32. We should make enough money to do that. This combine... Oh, no. No, this will be fine. I was about to say this combine won't work, but we didn't have it in the right place for the header trailer. Right. Before we get this down to the field, let's put the auger out and just see. Yeah, look at that. 6-meter header will work with this combine. Fantastic. Yeah, we need to unfold the harvester apparently. I think this is because... Oh no, I hear stuff connecting. Yeah, there we go. And we do have the correct setup on here to get this all working properly. So disconnect all that, and then we can hook this all up. Do we have a tow hitch on this? Yes, we do. So yeah, we can get this up to the field. So it turns out what I thought was a tow hitch isn't, which is fine. What we'll do is we'll get the combine up to the field with on its own, and then we can take the header on the back of the landy, which is part of the reason why we have the landy. We want to be able to get stuff moved about if we need to, and once we get the animals in and get them working, we're going to be in a position where we're going to need to take stuff to market and do bits and pieces. So that is where that's going to come in. This 7810 looks magnificent on this Marston. These were two pieces of equipment that are absolutely designed to go together. So let's follow there. Yep. And then we'll get the landy going, and we'll get down to the field. And the aim of this series is to try and build up our farm as quickly as we can. In we go. I mean, this field here is huge. I'm not expecting us to ever really be able to purchase that. But I think we should be able to get the rest of them. And a 6-meter header should do us fairly well for all of this. The entrance to this is actually nearly right back round where our farmyard is. Some nice big gateways in here, which isn't surprising considering the size of some of the equipment that you would need to do these roads. Yeah, field 2, definitely a field that is on my target list. But it may be a case of we end up getting 2 combines to do some of these bigger fields and run things a little bit later on. Right, there we go. What I want to do now is take the hired worker off this. The landy is right up the back of this tractor because I think it's actually following, yeah, it's following the combine, not the tractor. There's a little bit of hedge just sticking out there. Right, so let's get this into the field and parked here. And this really is a dream setup for me. I'm already happy with what we've got on here. We've got 147,000 left. As I said, field 10 is ready to harvest as well. So if that doesn't get harvested today, then we might pick that up as well. It's just over the road. Let's have a look. So field 10 there is fairly awful as far as soil goes, but price is 86,000, which is a really good price. Let's have a quick look and see what it is that is being available to harvest. It's oats on there as well, so that would be pretty good. I'm actually very, very tempted by that field. As opposed to, yeah, everything else around there. Field 9 is about ready to go as well, and is fairly cheap. I think I'm going to have to decide this in a bit. It'll probably get harvested by the time I decide to go for it. But it's very, very tempting. And we're not going to need some of the equipment until next year. So, yeah. By the time we need the equipment, we should get the money in. So, I don't know. It's going to be an interesting choice. We'll know by the end of this video, though, because by the end of this video, I will have made my decision. Right, everything's hooked up. Let's turn on the thresher, turn on the harvester, and yeah, look at this. This does seem like a slightly large header for this, but it does fit on it. So, and it does run it. So we are gonna go in, and it's got a larger capacity, this combine, of course, than the other one. Now, is this doing... Yeah, this is doing straw, which is exactly what we want. And... Oof. Okay. Away we go. This is not the greatest of yields. But it is slowing this combine down to 3 miles an hour. Combine experience is back. And so is the slow harvest. It's a long, drawn-out process going around with the Combine Experience mod on, but it is much, much more realistic. And we'll do fine. We'll be okay. I'm quite pleased. We've got, what, 7/8 of the way around the field. And currently we are only 55% full, so it's pretty good on capacity, especially for fields of this size. Now this field 1, comparison to our biggest field 12, this is a tiny part, and it's going to be quite a big job to get field 12 harvested. Thankfully it's soybeans, I think, at the moment, and I think we're eventually going to have to split field 12 into several. We may even have to do that just to get it harvested, simply because otherwise it's going to take forever. It's going to take a while anyway with this setup. So we'll see how we go. If we need to hire something bigger, we'll have to hire something bigger. But I prefer not to, because obviously we spent £80,000 on a harvester. And you know what? The HP, or the horsepower of this, is higher than the TX32. So I think the TX32 would have struggled to have used this header on here with the Combine Experience. I think we'd have needed a TX36 engine, which of course, unfortunately, is not available at the moment. Made about halfway back around the field before the combine was full. So we're going to head around and empty it out now. It's going quite well. I am concerned because if we hit a field with a higher yield than this, especially on something like wheat or barley, I'm a little bit worried about how much it might slow it all down. But as it stands at the moment, do I need to... I can't turn that on. Yeah, start overloading. There we go. Right, lift up the front. Lay it out a little bit. Perfect. There we go. All emptied out. And down. And away we go again. And let's get the auger in. Perfect. That is not bad. And yeah, as I said, our tractor and trailer should take 2 full loads off this combine. It'll be about a 90 to 95% full trailer, which is absolutely fine. Means that we can just keep going. And what I will probably do is just set a hired worker going while we are emptying, just to keep things moving, because as I said, we're only moving at 3 miles an hour and it's not the fastest of harvests, but it is a tad more realistic. Given that today is the last day we're able to harvest both wheat and oats, and field 10 is oats, and the speed we're going through this field here, I think we're probably in a position where we're not going to buy field 10. I think buying field 10 would be preemptive and would not actually help us as much as I think it initially would. We do have a massive field of soybeans that we're going to be harvesting, and so I'm not too worried from that point of view. What I am going to do now, though, is we're not going to cut in. We're going to cut along the edge here, get ourselves nicely lined up. I think I got myself a straight edge here. Right, and then once I've done that, we'll get a hired worker going along this edge here. who, yep, is going at a nice speed, and we'll go and get the tractor and trailer. This is pretty perfect. I'm already very, very pleased with my setup on here. These two work well together, and while it's not the TX, which is the combine that I am most familiar with, it is quite cool to see the Ford working alongside the New Holland. Is this gonna empty? Come on. Or is that interfering? I think the manual unload is interfering by the looks of things, because that does not seem to want to unload at all into this trailer. That's unfortunate. So there do seem to be a few issues with this combine. Not massive ones, just slightly annoying ones. Taking control of the harvester, and we'll just see if we can get this to unload. Yeah, it's not acting like a normal unload would, and it seems the hide worker's having a little bit of trouble handling it as well. I'll have to have a look into that and see if there's any errors that are being flagged anywhere. Combine is empty. The trailer isn't quite full. It wasn't a full combine, so yeah, it's a little bit down, but I reckon it's well over 80%. So let's start up the cutter. Let's start the threshing. Yeah, thresher. Another fantastic feature of combine experience. And away we go with the hired worker doing that, while we head back up to the farm and seek out our grain store. And yeah, into the back part of the yard. 13,114 litres is not a bad amount, to be honest, so far. And that's just that's not even, yeah, that's the headland and a row, so that's not bad at all. Yeah, look at all this space we've got in this yard. Fantastic. We've got a few things I want to add. I think we're probably going to do a greenhouse. No, we're not going to do a greenhouse. We're going to do an open air garden on here. Yeah, we're probably going to build a house. There's no space for we've got no house at the moment, and we've got all of this area here, which just looks like the area where you'd put a house. So, yeah, we're probably going to do that. This is why I say these sheds here may not survive. We might concentrate the farmyard over this way, and leave that for other bits and pieces. Right, trailer's empty. Into our barn. We're gonna do the realism setup for the grain store. So as we only have 2 silos, we can only put a maximum of 2 crops in those silos. So if we want to have a 3rd crop, we're going to have to dump it on the ground. And we do have 3 crops here. We've got soybeans, sorghum, and of course wheat, which we're harvesting at the moment. So probably the sorghum, I think it is going to have to go on the floor, because that's the crop we've got the least of. I'm going to square the field up now, and we are going to lose a little bit of straw because of this, because we do have the Beware of Straw mod on here, and yeah, it picks it up. It does throw a little bit out the back, but not as much as it picked up. So it's quite a good mod for realism in that way, and I really like it. What we'll be able to do now, of course, is just take this section here and complete that as a rectangle, and this section here and complete as a rectangle, and hopefully get this field sorted today, because yeah, we're going to lose this crop overnight. It will withers in September, and we need to clear it out as much as possible. We're going to have to empty on this row at some point. We're up to a 93% full. So, yeah, we've got quite a full combine here. It's not a very wide section down there. I'm not going to try and get it all in here. I'll end up getting a split, and I don't want to do that. I'd rather try and move us as far over towards this straw as possible. Give ourselves a good area to work within, and maybe, just maybe, get back on that next row. We are 97% full. I'm keeping a close eye on it at the moment. 99. And as soon as it goes over... Oh, where is it? It's 80? No. There we go. 6695. So turn off our reel. Get the auger out. Yep. And let's go get the tractor. A 7610 would also have worked on this for a carting job. I've used 7610s with these Marston trailers before in real life. But for the other work that we want to do on the farm, that 7810 is going to be perfect with the turbo on it. Yeah, this doesn't unload in the same way as other combines do. I should be able to control it on my side panel, and for some reason I can't. And we seem to have the same problem with the hired worker being unable to unload. So I'm wondering if that is the manual unload, or if the combine experience maybe has something that overrides the manual unload. That's a distinct possibility as well. I need to have a look at that mod a little bit more, or maybe just take it off here and see what effect it has. All in all, though, this is going fairly well, and we can leave the tractor there, so we can start that back up. Yeah, and lower that down. I wonder, actually, start that up. I wonder if I have to have it selected. Maybe that's the thing, because everything is treated so separately in the combine experience. I wonder if that's the bit that makes the difference. Given the speed this combine is moving through this section, I do wonder if a 4-meter header would work better. It might do. We'd have to see. Must be some headers for these combines, because I'm sure I've seen them with headers on Tired Iron Modding's page. Ones that matched the same color yellow as these combines are. So I'm going to go and have a look and see. But this 6-meter header is working fine. It is just that it's going fairly slow because of how much is going into it. Well into the evening now, and well into the final part of the field. Don't think we're expecting a full grain tank off here. This is, yeah, we're nearly half full, and we 4 rows into it with maybe 3, 4, but not 4 full ones left. So, yeah, not going to be a full grain tank off here. Going to be about 80-90% full on the trailer, which is good. That'll give us about another 12,000. Should give us about 25,000 litres off this field. Overall, not bad considering we are well down on the yield here. I think we're probably looking at about a 60% yield. So yeah, this field can produce so much more than we're going to get off it this harvest. The final row, and we've got 5,200 litres in here. It's a decent amount, considering we've got nearly 7,000 litres in the full tank from earlier. Yeah, we're looking at about 12 to 13,000 off here, which is brilliant. Right, and out. That off. That off. And then auger out. And we can get this emptied. So, yeah, 5,400 in the combine. I think we got 6,900-ish. There we go. What do we got in here? Oh, we're already up to 7,000. We'll see what this tops out at. And then, yeah, that'll give us a good idea overall where we are. And so my estimate is about 12,000, between 12 and 13,000. We're over 12,000. There we go. 12,166. Together with the 13,000 that we've already got, that's actually a significant amount of wheat that we've got off here. I have just unloaded the header from the combine and put it on the header trailer because, as I was talking about last time, this is not the right header for this combine. Thankfully, the shop is willing to take it back for the price we paid for it, and it's going to furnish us with the proper header. So I've got that loaded up onto the trailer on our Defender. We're going to jump into this. Oh, I did have the engine running. And we're going to head down to the shop and get this changed. Thankfully, it's not a massive journey. Now, GB tells me that we actually own one of these houses here. I don't know if it's this one or... Yeah, it must be this one here. Comes with the farm, is part of the farm. What I'm going to do is we're actually going to rent this out. I'm going to rent that out, and we're going to build ourselves a nice new house in the farm. And as I was saying last time, something that that'll be pretty cool, I think, for us to do. We've got a good area in which to do that, and I think will be just a very nice addition to us moving in and setting up. First, though, what we need to do is get this over here. They've asked us just to park it up, not to put it straight in for the sale. So we'll just park this here. And then we'll go into the shop, and I'll go and have a word with them. I don't know how much the new headers are, or the new header is. We want one about the same width, but they have found something that's a little more appropriate for our current combine. So our current header is this one. This is the New Holland 6.1 meter header. It's an increased version of this one, the TX32 header. So we are going to sell that. They're going to give us slightly less than full price for it. We're going to get about 36,000 for it because we've used it for one harvest. But that's fine. And then the header we're replacing it with that actually fits our combine better is this one here. Does fit our combine better. This is the New Holland 971, 972, 973 20-foot header. So we want to grab this, and you can see we've got various options on it. So we can get that's not, yeah, I think we probably want that version. We're going to go with the black reel fingers because I prefer that look. And standard crop dividers, extended snap. No, we'll just go with the standard crop dividers on this. And yeah, that will be a very nice header for our combine. So we're going to buy that for 7,500. Okay. So they've taken the old header off us and give us, they gave us 33,000 plus 5,000 refund for that. And we've picked up our brand new header for our combine. This is looking really, really nice and should work so much better. So let's get in the right side of our landy, and we're going to take this back down to the farm and hook it up because we have a massive field of soybeans that we need to get started on today, and it's already getting on in the day. So yeah, let's get cracking on and see how well this handles this. So down to the field here, and look at the size of this. This combine, oh man. Right, okay. This combine is going to have wonderful fun handling this. I mean, a 6 meter header is a decent sized header, but yeah, this is more than a decent sized field. It does worry me ever so slightly, but we'll see how we go. I really want to see how far around it we get. We've got, this is the only field. Come here, get in there. Right, there we go. There we are. That looks much better. This is the only field we've got that is ripe today. Our canola is not yet ready. You can see that's still looking very green over there. And I don't know how well this is all fertilized and everything. Let's have a quick look. Expected yield is 64%, so not going to be a full yield either. Start the header, start the thresher, and down and in. And this doesn't tend to fill up as quickly. But of course, oh wow, this might take a little while because we've got the combine experience on, and this is quite thick. Oh, I've got another job to go and do as well, so we might have to get a hired worker on this, I think, while we start getting some other stuff done, because at the moment that is quite a slow bit of progress. Oh, we are up to 3 miles an hour. It may not be that bad. We're coming up to the bottom corner on here, and we are nearly 60% full. So about halfway through the field and nearly 60% full. So it looks like we're going to have to empty out before we make it all the way back round. Not the end of the world. That should be absolutely fine. I think what we're going to do, though, is once we got this first headland done and done it with our auger into the field, I'm going to set up a Courseplay and get the combine going on that. I think it's going to be a much more efficient way if we get a combine driver in to come and do this field. It then frees us up to start looking at doing some other setups, which we need to do. We still need to get our front loader tractor for doing stuff around the yard and for managing the pigs when they arrive. We still need to get the pigs. And also, I need to head over to field 6 because it's currently up for auction and the price on it is not bad at all. If we're lucky, we'll be able to get it at auction and get it a lot cheaper than we'd expect. I'll show you that in a bit. But yeah, at the moment, it's a really good price, and I'd quite like to pick up a nice cheap 4th field. That would be amazing, especially as this one is so huge. I mean, we can see the far end of it, but to be a good 70% full before I've even got turned back to head back towards the farm, this is a massive, massive field. So yeah, the more we can farm, the quicker we'll make money and the quicker we'll progress on this series. And considering how much I want to get done on this series, this is going to be a big challenge. And anything we can do to move us forward in that challenge, I want to do. Somebody was telling me off for having my header too high last time, or the reel on my header too high. Just going to pop in cab and have a look. We're 96% full. I don't think we have. As long as the drum on it isn't hitting the heads of the crop, which it kind of is. I probably want it up a bit, but I can't do that. We're at 98%, so I want to be very careful. We don't want to hit too much. In fact, 99%. I'm going to go back and get that bit I missed while I was mucking about trying to get the header reel in the right place. Let's just have a look at this header reel. Can I? Yeah, we'll go up slightly. I still got it up very high, but yeah, even then, the sorghum, it needs teasing in a little bit more. And 99. Come on. Let's finish. There we go. Combine's not threshing. We want to stop the auger. Reverse our combine out like so. And get the... Sorry. Stop our thresher and get the auger out ready for the tractor and trailer. Here we go. Bring it around and get it underneath the auger without, actually mucking it up. Start the unload. Perfect. I still haven't had a look as to why the manual unload is having a bit of a problem with this. I think there must be something to do with it set up a little bit. It's working really nicely and I'm working absolutely fine otherwise, but at the moment I know that when we come to unload this with using Courseplay, I think we're going to have trouble getting it to actually unload as we're going. So I'm expecting that. But that will be a minor problem. We should be okay otherwise. And that is half of our trailer full. Start up that. Start up that. That in. That down. And back into the field we go. Not a massive way to go before we set this up to get with a hired worker. But I think we're probably going to be about 25% full by the time we do. I won't be surprised if this field takes us a couple of days to do. It is massive, and it has taken us quite a while to get all the way around. I think I've left my landy running, but that's okay. We're going to be using that in a moment anyway. Here, though, we've made it to the end of the field, and yeah. That's pretty good. In fact, we've got a third of a tank coming up to the end of this field, so that's pretty good. Right, now what I want to do is pop out, and now that we've taken the first headland off, let's bring up Courseplay. In fact, we want to be in the hired workers screen for this, and we are going to create job. We are looking to do a Courseplay fieldwork. Yes, that one. We need to open the course generator. Number of headlands we're going to do is 3. Headland corners, I want it to do sharp. So we want it to turn properly in there. 7% overlap. We want it to go clockwise first time, which is great. And generate me a course. Now, ideally, I wanted to go across rather than up and down. And, oh, actually, no, field center. We want lands, and we do not want it going up and down like that. I want it going across, because I think it's going to just get full in completely the wrong places. So, let's go up, down, row direction. That's what I'm looking for. Longest edge, manual. And the row angle I want to be 90 degrees. Right, and generate that, please. I think going across this field makes a lot more sense. There we go. That's a better one. So yeah, that is going nicely there. It'll stop this top end of the field and work its way back. Perfect. Right, so the start point is here. So what I want to do is spin my combine around. We're going to go nearest waypoint. Let's bring up this. And yeah, you can see it'll come around this top headland here then and continue round. So set it back to that and start. And off around it goes, and then should cut in here and go on for the second headland. Perfect. So we'll leave her going with that. And we're going to go and have a look at field 6, because we've got something very special to go and have a look at on that today. Something new and something that is quite a nice mod. So my target for this series is basically to own all the fields in this top corner of the map. If we can do that, that will make me very happy. It will be a good, it'll be a really good thing that we've got done. Now, where is the entrance to field 6 here? It's not here. Have I got anyone behind me? No. Spin round quickly then. Oh, he just squeezed through. So entrance to field 6 must be down the side here near field 7 then, I think. And what we got is we've got the auction mod in. So I have fields on my target list. I want to grab them when they come up. If I can grab them at auction, I'm going to save a lot of money doing it. And, oh, there's the entrance. There's the entrance I'm looking for. Field 6 is a little bit on its own over here, but it has come up for auction. So we're going to go and see how much we can put a bid in for with the money that we've got at the moment. There we are. So yeah, this is currently up for auction here. Currently, we can bid 27. So you can see how much we can save on this. Currently, if we go for a comparable size field, so field 43 at the moment is a similar sort of size. Price of that is 135,000. Field 6 is currently at auction for 26,000. So that is half the price of something like that. And the adjacent field, yeah, it's a third of the price of the field next door to it. So I really do want to grab it. So auction ends in less than 7 hours. I think we probably want to hold off the bid till the end of the day. See if anybody else bids and get it in then. But we could save a lot of money by getting this field now at that price. So I very much want to do that. I very much want to hold off my bid until the last minute. And yeah, we need to put in a bid before 6 p.m. tonight. Everybody's got stuck. That was like the beetle crossing at Abbey Road, that was. Right, let's park this up here. And we're going to go and get the Ford and see how the combine's doing. Our combine is full. It hasn't put any beacons or anything on. Or put the auger out. It's slightly concerning. Is it going to empty? I don't think it's going to empty. I think I need to take off. Yeah, I think I need to take off the manual unload. I don't think it's compatible with this combine. It doesn't seem to want to do it. And it's a little bit annoying like that. So we got to dismiss the hired worker. We need to unload. And then we'll just restart the hired worker in a minute. But it does seem like it doesn't like that particular mod. Combine is empty. We can get it going nearest waypoint. We've got a new combine driver and he's off now. And we are going to head up to our main farm and get this tipped, because yeah, that's a nice big trailer full of sorghum. And yeah, I think I might have said earlier in this video that we were harvesting soybeans today. No, we're harvesting sorghum. And I'm sure somebody at this point has put, "You're not doing soybeans, you're doing sorghum," in the comments. Yes, I know. I got it wrong. So this is going to be a really good harvest of it, though. The only thing that worries me is we've got rain forecast. We have rain forecast for, I think, 6 o'clock. So probably when we go and look at the field 6 again and see if we can actually get that for a really good price, we should have rain coming. It's not going to be such a problem for today as a result, but next game day we may have a real issue if we can't get the rest of this sorghum harvested before we need to move on to our field of canola. And also, someone was asking me what geo we got running on here. Is it the base game geo or is it the modified British one? It is currently the base game geo, so I might see if I can adjust that a little bit. Hopefully wouldn't have to start a new save game if I do that. But yeah, we're currently running where we need to plant wheat or barley this month and next month in order to get them in time. So yeah, if we're gonna do wheat on here, I need to get it in sharpish. And that means we need to empty out our fields. While our combine is currently working away and filling up with sorghum, what I need to do is head back down to the shop because we need to think about what tractors we need. We have a little bit of an issue at the moment in that, well, with the calendar we've got, we are going to be pushed. I don't think we're going to get any canola in this year. Wheat and barley, we've got this month and next month to get planted, which basically gives us 4 days at the moment to get them in. Wheat, we want to then have a look at what we're also going to be planting as opposed to the wheat. And yeah, it looks like if we're going to go wheat and sorghum, we should be fine for getting sorghum in fairly late. Soybeans, I love soybeans. They pay so well, but they also make money so late. So soybeans, we have got some soybeans in, but their price fluctuations, you can't sell them till July. Would give us a nice amount of sales through the year. But we do need to try and work this out and work out what we're going to plant. Certainly, wheat and barley would be good. I'm very tempted to try and do sugar beet and see where we go, because it's a late planting and a late harvest, which is quite good, and that would be good for our pigs. So yeah, we're going to have a look at this. And we're going to see what tractors we have on offer and how much they would be. So popping into here, one tractor I definitely want is the Zebra. That is, well, what is available on? Yeah, nothing's available there. Okay, that's fine. So the Zebra, the 40 series, this I think would be a great little tractor for us. The price we're looking to spend... original color, front loader, I want to put the MP lift on it. I'm only going to get a 5640 in this because it's only going to be a yard run around tractor. We don't need GPS or any of the rest. So that's going to be 43,850. That is absolutely perfect for what I want. So yeah, we're probably going to go with that. The other tractor that I'm looking at, and it might be in medium tractors. Let's see, is it in here? No. I do want an 8340, and we're going to look at the price of that at some point as well. I thought I had it in here. I don't seem to have it. But yeah, the New Holland 8340, I think, is the other tractor I want to go for. I don't seem to have enabled it at the moment, so I'll get that in there. But certainly, the Zebra, that is the tractor I'm going to get for the yard. We're going to hold off getting that until we get the pigs, though. I was expecting to come and pick those up today and get them started. Because the other thing we need to do is we need to get a baler and get baling our wheat straw. So it's quite a lot of stuff to do. And this 173,000 we have is going to disappear very, very quickly. Yes, we're going to make a big chunk back fairly swiftly as well. The other thing I need to do, actually, and we'll do this now, is we need to order some fuel. Because currently I don't think, we don't have any fuel at all. I'm going to order 5,000 litres. That should do us for now. Yeah, there we go. 5,000 litres of diesel in our diesel tank. If I don't order that now, I'm going to run out of money and then go, oh no, we're not able to actually refuel our combine or any of our tractors and then be in big trouble. So, yeah, I want to avoid that happening. That combine has gone most of the way around that field. That's got to be getting fairly full. Let's go catch up with it and see if we can get it emptied. I've realized why our combine doesn't put any beacons on when it's getting near full, and that's because it doesn't have any beacons. Really, there are no beacons on that combine whatsoever. I have taken off the manual discharge mod. I want to see if that is going to change it, and yeah, it is now able to empty as we're going. So I think that's going to be more important on here. I think we're going to end up, especially with the size of these fields, probably doing emptying and things with Courseplay running on the combine. So makes more sense to me to not be running manual discharge as a result. Yeah, if we can empty along here, that means we should get up to a 50% full trailer. Keep the combine moving. Whoa. And keep everything nicely going. Oh, wow. I used to be so much better at this. Yeah. There we go. But I think that our combine is empty and we are up to 43%. So that's good. We'll let her continue on and we'll come back and get the next load off here in a bit. Back down the shop because I've had a phone call. They have something that might be really, really useful to me. And so, yeah, I've come to check it out. And it is it under here? Yeah, they've recommended this. This is the Lizard 118440. They know I'm after a field working tractor, and yeah, this is perfect. This is a county that's been rebranded. So let's see what tires we could put on it. Could have set a Michelin's on it with wheel weights if we wanted. We're gonna not do that for now. I'm gonna go for the wider fenders, and we can put a front 3-point on here. That might be a really useful thing to have, I think. It does add a little bit more. It's going to be 90,000 by the end of this. No GPS. Design color. It's for the front. Okay. So I can either go the black or the blue. I think I like the blue. I think I like the design color of the blue. And then what I need to do is select us somebody to go on to the number plate. So we are on Attingham Park. So AP 03. I think this is 03. And then we need to find somebody's initials to put on the end. And the person chosen at random from the producer level Patrons is Tazoslo. Congratulations to you. Thank you so much for your support. And yeah, we're going to put Taz on the end of our number plate on this tractor as a result. So there we go. Where we've got our front number plate is there. Our back number plate is there. Perfect. Let's buy that 90,000. I told you the money was going to suddenly go down. And yeah, there we go. And the reason why I wanted to go and grab this now is because while we are sitting around just waiting for our combine to fill, I think it's worth picking up our baler. And the baler I want on this series, by far the best value one I can get hold of at the moment, is this one. The John Deere 690. It's a square baler. It is by who's it by? It's by Arm Team. Yeah, it's by the Arm Team. These were available in the UK. I did have a look. We've got wide tires, and how much is the wide tires? It's 200. No, we'll go for the dual tire setup. And okay, yeah. And we're not going to put Michelin's on it because it's going to raise the price by quite a bit. We're going to leave the number plate on as before and buy that. Yes. Okay. And that should mean that sitting here, we now have a setup that we can go and bale our stuff with, or bale our wheat with, which is great. And this tractor will be brilliant as a field work tractor. The size of equipment I'm looking for will fit on it fairly well. And yeah, it actually has the same amount of horsepower as our 7810. But it's got the bigger wheels, so it should be able to hold things or hold its own fairly well. And again, another tractor that I've wanted to use for a while that's a little bit special and a little bit different. Absolutely perfect. If anybody does know, though, of an actual county branded edition of this, please let me know, because I'd love to swap this out for that. And this is the version on the mod hub that is available for crossplay. But yeah, there isn't a county branded version, unfortunately. Up on the field, unfold our baler, turn it on, drop it down. And oh wow, turning circle on this tractor is not great. Yeah, that's partly due to these big tires, but it's got quite a large turning circle on it. So getting around the sharp corners and the tight corners are not going to be that easy. But we've got around that bit. It's just going to be a little bit more maneuvering than normal. I'm trying to keep a close eye on the time at the moment. It is 4:30. It's not going to be long until the auction closes. So we want to get ourselves over to field 6 for probably about 5 o'clock, maybe just before, and get that in. The only issue I have with the auction thing is I don't think it tells me the exact time it closes, because I would absolutely love to be able to know that and then get my bid in at the last moment. But I think we've got enough money. I think we're going to be okay for trying to buy that field and get it nice and early. And it'll make sense to do that. And I think that's our first bale dropping off the back of this. Yeah, these are not massive rows of straw. But it's going to be worth doing. We want this straw. We need this for the pigs eventually. To hopefully produce some manure as well as some slurry. So we're going to keep going with this for now, and yeah, we will get this all baled up and see how many bales we get off it. This is working really well, this county, though. I'm very pleased with this, and it is something a little bit different. It's gone 5 o'clock, and before the auction closes, we want to get down to field 6. See if we can get this for a good price. We're gonna have all sorts of problems, though, I think, overall, money-wise. Let's see. Can we get this for a decent amount of money? Wow, somebody's actually done some work on it today. We have 30,000 on here. I actually bid twice and didn't mean to. There's less than an hour to go. We will see if we make it, but that's going to take us down to 34,000. We may have to sell some crop, though, early on. But less than an hour to go, and hopefully that's going to be enough. So, yeah, one thing to say is that don't go and press B twice to bid. Oh, yeah, trying to get past the traffic jam that's sitting here, and ended up causing more of one. 30,000 is still a really, really good amount to get that field for. So I'm very happy if we do. We have plenty of crop here that we're going to be able to sell. So I'm not overly worried about cash flow. We just may have to sell some of this sorghum at a little lower price than I would otherwise like to. Let's let that empty, and while that's emptying, let's look at when the best price is for sorghum. That would be January. So yeah, it's on the way up, but we're in September and it's here. It should hit nearly 900, which, considering the size of this field, that is gonna be huge. That will bring us in a massive amount of money. So, yeah, we may end up having to hang on with the pigs until the new year. I think Our combine, though, is empty, and I am not up to 90%. So we're going to have to wait a little bit longer and probably try and empty, well, I think as the rain falls. Meanwhile, it's back up to field 1 here, and yeah, let's get as much of this field baled today as we can. If we get the headlands out of the way, that would be good. We then might be able to get, well, get the rest of this baled probably next time, and then we'll be in a position where, look at that turning circle. We'll be in a position then when we can get this field mulched and cultivated and sown. Well, we may have to lease some equipment because right now cash flow is looking a little bit short, and that means we need to stop our combine. Thankfully, our combine is in between rows, so we'll stop that there. We've only got 507 litres, but yeah, I cannot harvest the rest of this. We need to get this sorted, and we need to get what we've got in the trailer under cover because we don't want that getting too wet. And the auction will end in 1 hour. I think we are still the highest bidder. Hopefully we get that field. I won't be too cut up if we don't, because we are in a position where it's gonna really take away our funds if we do it. We'll put this down. In fact, no, I want to go and position this where we're going to start up. Hopefully, wait. Wow, that did slide round. Hopefully where it'll start up next time. Once this rain clears. But yeah, we don't want this, we don't want to harvest in this rain. We want to get the maximum we can off here. Seeing as we got 64% anyway, 64-65% roughly as our yield on here. We want to make sure that nothing is going to diminish that any further. Well, the rain has put an end to our harvesting and our baling and everything for today. So that, I think, is going to be it. Let's tip this up. I did put the cover on to get this stuff home. But yeah, that is all we're going to be able to get for today. It's really turned quite wet. Today, we are going to be cracking on with the harvest. We're going to be getting the 7810 out and doing some carting with that. And we've got the baling to finish. This John Deere 690, along with our now properly branded county tractor. Although I've not got the county on the front of the bonnet, I have managed to get it on the sides. So, yeah, we've got our... This is no longer a lizard, which is great. So, yeah, we'll jump in the 7810. I want to get this down to the field and get our combine started. And then once this is going and everything is sort of working and going as it should with our combine, and that starts working its way back across this sorghum field, we can look at getting the bales finished off. And I think we're gonna go and lease a bale stacker, simply because, well, we've run out of money. If you didn't see right at the end of the previous video, we managed to win the auction for field 6. So as a result, we now have another field to have a play around with. Trouble is, we are also running out of time. It is the 2nd day of September. I think, looking at our setup, that we're coming to the end of when we can plant canola. So I don't think we're going to get any more canola in this year. We do have, though, 2 days in October where we can plant both wheat and barley, and I really want to get those done. So what we're going to have to do is turn around this field. I probably think this field will go to something else next year. It's fairly huge. I think I want to divide it into a pair of fields, maybe, because of its size. And yeah, I don't think we're going to get anything in it this year. And I think instead we might try and get wheat and or barley in this year. Now, I have been sent a couple of UK, or I've been sent updated UK based crop calendars for use on here, so I'm going to try and get those installed before we plant anything, because I don't want to muck up any of our crops that either are still growing or have yet to or that we newly plant. So yeah, that's going to be a little bit of fun. Now, I should have lined this up, I think, to do this properly. Yeah, in on this row, back on the next. In actual fact, I think we're maybe at the wrong end of the field here. Looking at the way that goes and the way that comes across, no, I think we are in the right place. So that's good. So turn that on. I want to take the lines off, and we'll just do start and finish. We'll turn on the header, turn on the thresher. And as we got the header already down, we should be good. Just get ourselves far enough onto this row to then set it off going. And yeah, it's not a massive... No, we weren't massively off. But our combine, yeah, should now get going. And we can leave this tractor up here to collect the first load once we are sorted. Meanwhile, we're going to jump into the county here and get this working. So yeah, I like the slightly odd tractor setup of having this on here. I mean, this is a great fieldwork tractor for us and is absolutely brilliant as far as that goes. I want to get, as I said, the Zebra on here, but we do only have 31,000, and the Zebra is 41,000. Even getting something older, like a 7610 or something like that, is not doable, because even that is 38,000 at least. I think the 5610 version of that is 38,000. So anyway I look at it, we aren't going to be able to get this or get another tractor immediately. We are getting a lot of crop in, of course. We've got the field of sorghum we're currently harvesting. We've got the field of canola that is almost grown. And once those two are harvested as well, that should give us a good amount of harvest to sell. And that will sell over the winter. So we'll be able to afford new equipment, I think, by the new year on here, which is really good news. We may do sorghum as a crop on here. I quite like it. It's an easy crop to run, and with the current calendar we have, we can plant it in the new year. I think with the updated calendar we will be able to do something similar. So it'll be a good way of a good crop for us to do on here. It pays fairly well as well. So yeah, I think sorghum is possibly something we will continue on here. Certainly want to do some wheat or some barley. And got my eyes possibly on doing some sugar beet as well. I think that would be a good crop. Although, particularly large field, I think it would be a problem. Certainly, I think this tractor might be able to run a sugar beet harvester for us. Coming up to the end of the headland, and I've just realised something else about today. Because we are in the end of September, we have got, well, the window to harvest the sorghum closes today, so we've got to get that done by the end of this video, by the end of yeah, today's video. Otherwise it's all going to wither and we're going to lose a massive amount of income, which we really need. I mean, that field is huge, and there's a lot of sorghum in it already. I think we've delivered 2 full trailers off it. And that's just on the headlands. So yeah, there's a significant amount of crop sitting on those headland, sitting on that field that we need to get up. And yeah, that's going to be a bit of a push. I think we might end up eventually running 2 combines on this farm with the size of the fields that we've got. I think it might be something that makes sense to us from that point of view. I really do like this county. It's handling this fairly well. Although, I think... Well, with it lifted, it's okay. Yeah, no, in 8th gear, it is running okay. I think we might have to do alternate rows going across the field. Not the end of the world, though, because that means we will finish back at this side of the field, which is near our exit. Almost made it across the field for the first time. I think our combine is getting fairly full at this point. So we're going to have to go and empty that in a moment. There's not a huge amount of straw on here, to be honest. We're not kicking out bales very often. They tend to, well, yeah, I'm doing entire rows with no bale popping out. So it's not a huge amount of straw we've got here. Should be enough to get us started with the pigs. And that's what we were looking for. I think the pigs we're ending up, or we're looking at ending up getting them done in the new year. Once we get a little bit of cash in, we can start getting set up for those. I want to get some gardens in to get some pig food generated, because we can grow bits for pig food in the gardens, which will be very useful to us. And actually just sort of reworking that entire far side of the yard to make that work a little bit better for us. Now that we've removed the horse stables, there is that big area over there. As I said, I'd like to build a farmhouse over there, and I'd like to get some gardens. We may get some chickens over there as well, because chickens are always good for a little bit of extra income. And yeah, as there's a lot to do in the yard. However, our combine is full, so let's go and get that emptied. Looks like it's doing the final row along here, maybe, which is good. And yeah, with the manual unload turned off, it will actually empty. And what we can do is keep this moving, so it's not having to be stopped to empty. This should do about half of the trailer, which is good. And then we can get back to doing the baling. Coming up to having emptied our combine. There we go. We'll pull over 46%. So yeah, one of the nice things about this Marston trailer in comparison to our combine, it takes just over 2 full loads, and therefore is a really good companion to the combine. That should keep our combine going for a while now, though, which will be good. As I said, we've got to get that sorghum done today, and I think it may be a case of slowing down the time as we get a bit later and just making sure that it all gets harvested. Yeah, we'll get the bales off here today. We'll get these stored, and then I want to turn my attention to trying to get this mulched. As I said, we don't have a huge amount of money, but if we can get a mulcher working around here, there are a couple of rollers that I think would work well for us for both the mulching function and for the roller function. There's one I've got on Calmsden, which is really good. Does both functions and would be a very useful one to have on here. We'll have a look and see what the price of that is later. It may be, as I said, though, we don't get to do everything. Oh, we need to scan these fields. We have not yet done any precision farming scanning on here. So, yeah, we need to find out what soil we're dealing with and treat these fields appropriately for that as well. Final row on this field, and I'm interested to see what our final bale count is off here. We are well before midday, which is good news. And well before, actually, we've got even a full trailer off the field. So, yeah, very good news. And bringing it up to the end of the row. Oh, wow, there's actually more row here to go than I think. Yeah, we've not got a huge amount of bales. These rows are fairly slim, and there's not a lot of straw in them. You can see here we are going to get up to about 60%. Yeah, spot on 60%. Turn it off. And one more bale in here for us to drop out. So we'll do that there. Right, and then fold it up. Yeah, there we go. Right, so we need to get this back to the farm. And then I think we'll head down to the shop and borrow a bale stacker so that we can just get these bales off this field. I don't think we want to get a front loader quite yet. We will do, but at the moment, we don't really have the cash to do it. I've dropped the baler off and we're just heading down to the shop now in our county. Let's drop this here. Turn it off and we'll pop in. And what I want to do is grab the Anderson bale stacker. Now, there's 2 Anderson bale stackers that come in here or that are available. I've added this one. It's the same price as the ArkAngil. Now, the difference is that this will take the bales and it will push them off the back rather than this, which stacks a stack too high unless we have a telehandler. So we want to grab this. I'm going to put no license plate on it because it is only going to be leased for today. So there's no point in doing that. I will put the Michelin tires on it, which doesn't cost anything extra. And if we lease that, it's going to cost us nearly 5 grand to lease. Considering what everything else would cost in order to get set up to stack these, I think that's worth it. I think that's worth the cost. It's not going to take us very long to get them stacked with this, and yeah, we're not ready to be doing full stacking and everything with equipment yet, especially as we don't have a front loader or a telehandler. And I think we're getting to the point now where we're going to be starting keeping an eye on the used equipment to see if we can grab anything out of there useful for our farm. Down to the field, and this doesn't look ridiculous on the back of this tractor. We've had some instances where, yeah, we've put trailers like this onto the back of these tractors, and it does just look ridiculous. This actually doesn't. This seems to work. So it should be fairly easy for us with this. And the horsepower on this tractor to be able to handle this. How many bales have we got? Let's have a quick look. So total number of bales we produced is just 12. I mean, they are, what size? These are the 8,000 litre bales. So these are actually quite big, these ones. So that's why we've only got 12 of them. Not a problem for us. I think that's really good. Most of them have also dropped at this end of the field. I mean, we've got 3 on here. There's another 5 here. So, yeah, 2/3 of the bales that we've got to collect are down this side and this end of the field, which is quite useful and quite helpful. And then the last 4 are sort of spread out over there. So, yeah, this is not going to take long at all. And with only 12 bales, they will all fit on this stacker, because I think this takes a total of 14. Combine needs unloading again. And will unload as it moves, as it did before. So let's keep that moving and keep that going together. So this will be the second tank off this field today, and means that, yeah, this is going to go and get tipped into our grain store. And the grain, the sorghum, you can see just peeking at the top of the trailer there. 94%, and combine is empty. So let's go tip this and keep that moving. We are making progress on this field, but maybe not as fast as I would have liked. Into our tipping point. In fact, I just missed it. I need to back up and tip. There we go. That is looking really good. Another 13,000 litres. There is an awful lot of sorghum still to come off here. This is going to be a long old job. Final 2 bales off this field, and then we can get this back up to the farm I'm of two minds of exactly where to go next. We want to, as I said, we want to get this unloaded and probably into somewhere where we can just thread it through. I do have a barn that might work for it, and it's somewhere that actually would do better as somewhere to store grain, which is why I'm very iffy about putting the bales in there. I want to kind of avoid that if I can. So we'll see how far this sticks out and how well this fits in the other shed. But for now, this is fairly nicely done and dusted. Field 2 would be a really good purchase for us. I really like the size of that, and it's a little bit bigger than Field 1, a good size bigger than Field 1. But it's nowhere near the size of the other field that we've got, our current field of sorghum. Now, where I want to put this is in this shed here, and what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to back this up and measure how far in these bales should get, and then if it's far enough, then we'll unload them into it. And yes, these bales are going to easily make it into that. So unload position. That's the other thing. Make sure that I don't hit the side. And line them up. And unload them. And yeah, against the back wall. And then keep them pushed up there as we just slowly back out. Oh, pull out, sorry. And down. And then I should be able to use the forks just to push it all together. There we go. Right, that is all the bales that we have to do on here, which is quite good. I mean, that is very good. Now, how much does this cost a day, I wonder? Let's have a look in here for our bale loaders. I actually have a trailer that I'm looking to get instead. So leasing that costs 900 a day. I think that's too much of a drain on our money to keep around. So we will get this. We'll get this returned. We'll take it up to the shop, get this returned, and then I need to look at what next job we might want to do with this tractor, and what we might be able to afford to get that done. Into the shop, we bring this back. Yeah. And then into here. And we need to get, I think we need to get a mulcher and get that field mulched next is our great thing. So we'll drop this off here. And then I'm going to hop up to the shop and sort the next bit out. And this is the thing. It's making sure we have enough money to keep things going. Right. So least, let's return that. Yes. Okay. Happy with that. Yeah, our Land Rover, of course, is leased at the moment. But, yeah, you tend to buy modern cars that way anyway. Let's have a look in here. Let's have a look actually in here first. What do we got? We've got a John Deere 4755 as an option. Actually, a good tempo seeder and a Grimmy potato harvest, potato planter. That Ziegler header as well would be a good one, but I'm not looking to do corn or sunflowers anytime soon. But 7,500, that's actually a really good price. What we do need though is something to do some mulching with. In fact, ideally we want we do have some rollers in here. We've got these max cuts for 22,000. Now, the ones I really did like, I do like those, the Knoch ones. That is a good width, 130 horsepower is well within our tractor. Very simple, 5.6 meter width. So decent width, especially for the size of fields that we're dealing with. Yeah, I think I might go with this, but because it's 21,000, we are going to need to lease it. £210 a day, that's fine, and not expensive per working hour, yes. And I think we're going to be leasing a lot of equipment for a while. We do have the lease purchase mod on here, so what we'll be able to do is when we get the money in and we've got the pieces of equipment that we want, we'll be able to purchase them and do it that way, which I think is a great way for us to do it. And we may end up getting our third tractor that way as well, especially if we find that we need to spend a lot of money setting up the pigs. Getting a yard tractor that isn't going to be used massively that way is definitely going to be a good way to do it. Right, let's head back down to our wheat field and yeah, get that mulched. One great advantage we've got to running the two tractors we are running on here is that they're very similar power levels, means that they're pretty interchangeable when it comes to using equipment. So that is going to make our lives a lot easier in the end. All right, let's back this up. Down it goes, and away we go with the mulching. And yeah, nice, good working speed on this, and a good working width means that we should be able to blast through this field while we're getting the other field cut. While I said these two tractors are interchangeable, the 7810 does have one big advantage over the county. And that is that the county's turning circle, as we've established already, is awful. It really doesn't turn very far. It's a side effect of the giant wheels that are on the front of it. And as a result, it just doesn't turn with any really good turning circle. So it does mean that we have to do a lot of reversing and going backwards and forwards with this, a bit more than we would have to do with the 7810. It's not the end of the world, and this tractor is still working very well for me on here. It is one of those things though where you kind of go, yeah, this might be a little bit quicker if I was using my carting tractor, but then my carting tractor's carting. This tractor is blasting through this field. We are nearly halfway through at this point, and I'm leaving a good amount of space at the end. As I mentioned before, this is because we're trying to give enough space for the turning circle of this. But it is doing well, and I'm very happy with our progress. I have slowed the time down to 5 times, which you might have noticed before. And this is purely because if we look at our progress in here and yeah, looking on field 12, you can see how much of this field we've got left to go. We're maybe a third of the way through the main body of the field, so it's still going to take a while to get through. It does get thinner the further down it we go, and this is the final row here. So I'll probably go and try and empty that combine in a moment, because I don't want it going halfway through the next row and then having to cut in and so that it can empty. And our tractor is sitting just there, so it's a perfect time to deal with it. So let's get our combine emptied, see how full it is. I think it's looking fairly full, but not massively so. And yeah, that just looks like a lot of field go compared to the amount of field we've done. It's a massive undertaking, this field, and yeah, I think this is gonna end up being a 2 combine farm, which is it's gonna be really useful and really nice for doing Courseplay stuff with. I don't think it's gonna save us today though, because we really do not have enough money to get a second combine on here. We've currently got rain forecast for later. Thankfully, it's not until about 8 in the evening. I think that's going to give us plenty of time to get, well, certainly this field done, but I think the sorghum, we will get that all up today. We have to get that all up today, so there's not much choice. But I will get it up before the rain falls, I think. We will go till about 5:30 in this video, as I normally do. Whether we get, well, I don't think we'll get to the end of the sorghum field by that point. There we go. What we should do though is get a good chunk of it done, and I'll get the rest of it done off camera before next time. This field though, this field is almost done. Look at this. This is what I've been concentrating on here today, because this is the thing that I know absolutely I can clear off today. So let's just go through these last few rows, and then I've got the headland to finish off, and that will then put this field done. Come to the end of the main part of the field without the headlands. So what I'm going to do is head over to the entrance. We're going to start on the headland bits and get them done. And yeah, doing it in a fairly decent amount of time. Quite happy with this. Something I do need to do, and that we still need to make sure that we've got enough cash about to do, of course, is get these fields scanned. We're going to have to grab a piece of kit and do that. I'd like to put that on the 7810, but obviously that is doing all the carting at the moment, and it's going to be quite difficult to do that. So let's get this lined up. We're going to have to come across this bit a little bit different at the end. Yeah, and line ourselves up here. Right. And yeah, we got 2 widths of headland rather nicely, so this should work pretty well. Now this is the bit that gets a little bit fiddly into this corner. I can't get right up into it, so what we have to do is just fill this bit in a bit further, and then we can maneuver around at the other side. So yeah, lots of fiddly bits, but it has worked out quite well. I am very, very pleased with this, and if we can duplicate this sort of run with our seeder, I think we'll be doing very well. If I could get a direct seeder, that'd be great, but I think a seeder with a really good width is probably going to be more important. So I have one in mind. First, though, as I said, I want to sort out our crop calendar and get that corrected. We want to get our last crop sorted first, so the canola ready to harvest. Then we can apply the crop calendar and make sure that everything is going to work properly when we convert over to it. And there we go. That is this field all done. We just need to come up and turn around this corner bit here to get this done. And brilliant. Right, so that is that field done, and this field finished for today. That is ready to be... Well, actually, do we need to plow anything? This is going to be a big question. Is what is the plowing situation? Thankfully, oh no, this field needs plowing. Thankfully, our other 2 and field 6 don't. So yeah, we're going to have to get the plow out with this and do that. And yeah, we're probably going to have to lease that as well. Once again, our harvester needs to be unloaded though. And this is what I was talking about wanting to avoid earlier. You can see the harvesters had to cut into the next rows in order to give it space to unload. We want to unload this under the wheels to give a better balance. But yeah, so the harvester will now, once it's empty, have to cut back out and go back into the row it has. It's not a huge problem. It would be a bigger problem if we were creating straw off this field, because it would just create havoc for trying to bale it. But as it stands for here, it's not a huge issue. And there we go. So we're going to reverse out the way so that we don't stay in the way of the combine. And there you go. It cuts back into this row and then back out, and we'll leave it in this fairly largish area here, because that then will allow the combine to get past. But for today, I think that's where I'm going to leave it here, because we've got a fair amount left to do on this field. And I'm going to have to get it done mostly off camera, I think, in order to get it in time. It is going to be a very large amount of sorghum, which is fantastic. We've actually got quite far. We got all of the wheat field. Was it wheat or barley? I can't remember which. We'll go and check that in a moment. But we got all of that mulched. And we got that done last time. I finished off the harvest that we had. So the sorghum harvest we had going on went well into the night, and we managed to get all of that harvested though. So that is good news. I have also updated the crop calendar now. Seeing as we've got one crop left to harvest, the soybeans, and they are ready to harvest over there. In fact, we'll go park over this side here. So we've got the soybeans ready to harvest. They are over here. And so yeah, we're gonna get them. Their expected yield is fairly down, as most of our fields have been. So we're not expecting a huge amount off here, but we should get a fairly good amount. What have we got in here? I think it was barley actually. No, it is wheat. So we got 25,279 liters of wheat and 104,442 liters of sorghum. And the sorghum is gonna be worth a huge amount of money to us. If we have a look over here and at this, so at the moment the price of it is coming up to 735. It's gonna top out in January at nearly £1,000 per 1,000 liters. So yeah, we are gonna make a huge amount of money off the sorghum. So yeah, we are in a really good position. We're looking at probably getting the pigs as it comes into New Year and as we sell those crops. So I'm not hugely concerned about getting a third tractor at the moment. We're not in a position to set up for that. But we do have this sorghum field that is going to need some work done on it. I'm not immediately getting into the soybeans this morning because as we discovered on... Well, no, actually, I discovered it on Stone Valley, but that video ended up not going out on Sunday. Because of an audio issue. But I discovered with the Combine Experience mod, if we are harvesting this early in the morning, it slows everything down. It's too wet, and yeah, the Combine goes even slower. So we are going to be doing that. We're just not going to be doing that straight away first thing in the morning. Let's jump the hedge. Right, I'm going to go around it, because for some reason I jumped over to get there, but not back. And we are going to set up a hired worker doing this field. So into here, I'm going to have to give my countier a really good turning space. So what we're going to do is Courseplay field work, field 12. We're going to generate a course. Working width is good, I think. Number of headlands, I'm going to give it 3 headlands. Starting on the headlands, turn in the corners. 7% overlap seems to be fairly good. Clockwise is good. Field center is up and down. Up-down direction. Now, we are going to go manual. And we're going to do it 90 degrees because that's the way we're working this field. We're also going to eventually cut this field into various bits. So, yeah, we'll do that at 90%. And generate me a course. There we go. So let's close that. So it's going to be a fair old while going through this field. So we want to get it started and just let it go. So let's come out of here. We are just ahead of there. We want to go first waypoint and away you go. And yeah, getting it to do the mulching on the headlands first tends to make sense, I think, especially on a crop like this where we've got a lot of stalks left. So yeah, we'll mulch the headlands first and then it will go around and it'll get the rest of the field done. And I think it's going to do fairly well. Meanwhile, we want to get set up for our harvest. Now, one thing I need to think about while we're here and while we've got an hour or so before we can start the harvest is what our pigs eat. Now, I think they might eat soybeans. So we're going to have to hold on to them. We've got no space left in our grain silos because we only have 2 silos. And as per my realism rules, I can only store 1 crop per silo. So we've got wheat in one and the sorghum in the other. I'm wondering, actually, do we have enough height in here? Yeah, I think we can store some crop in here on the floor. And do the sorghum that way. We're going to eventually need a front loader tractor, to sort that out. If we can't get the Zebra, I have got an alternative. So there's something that we can bring onto here, which again is an absolute classic. So let's get this down to the field. But I'm fairly sure that pigs do take sorghum as a food. Sorry, do take soybeans as a food. So I want to make sure that we're good for that. We'll get our 7810 over here. And then pop over and grab our combine. It's been pretty good on our setup up here to be able to get a good set of harvests in. It's pretty there was nothing to harvest in field 6 when we got it. But it's not too bad as it stands. We are going to come in with a lot of fields next season. And we do have field 12. Sorry, yeah, it is field 12. We've got field 12, which is just absolutely massive. And I can't see any way for me to farm that other than dividing it into 3 different fields. I think we're gonna cut that into 3 fields and sort of work that over a longer period. And one of the nice things about the new crop calendar is that we do get a longer window for harvests. So we've got a 3-month space to harvest. We've got longer to plant. We've got longer to plant as well. And it just means that everything will run that little bit smoother for us and give us a little bit more time with the smaller equipment we have. No sugarcane or cotton on here at all with a British calendar. So, yeah, this should be absolutely brilliant. Thanks to Disturbed for creating this and sending me over the links. Absolutely fantastic. And, yeah, we're going to have a good British setup on here. And we're going to be planting late October, November for some winter wheat, I think. When can I plant sugar beet? Yeah, so sugar beet will be New Year, and I do want to do some of that on the farm. We're going to need some of that to feed our pigs, and then we'll have a look. I think we're going to need, I'm probably going to do some sunflowers and maybe corn in the gardens, I think is probably the best way for us to go. So I think we're going to grow those separately. Right, let's see. The time is 8:37. Let's start up the header. There we go. Everything started up. And down with the header. And as per usual, we go round the first headland like this. And wow! This is quite a strain for this combine. One mile an hour. Is it because it's still quite dry, or is it just that soybeans have it's only a 8 ton per acre, but yeah, that's having quite a struggle with this. I think our moisture content is probably still a bit high, so we're going to leave that a few more minutes and come back to it and see if it improves. Maybe about 9:20, I think. It's with any luck, we should have our crops dried out a little bit. It is a nice sunny day, so maybe we'll be all right. Okay, it's 9:25, or it's coming up to 9:30. Let's start this up. Start up the thresher, start up the main combine. Still showing 353. Oh no, maybe no, it really is. It is just quite tough for this combine in the soybeans. I don't think we'll be using this combine again to do soybeans because, man, that is slow as. While I'm all for added realism and combines moving at a more realistic speed while harvesting, this is possibly a little bit extreme. We're only getting a 64% yield off here, certainly in this section of the field, and as a result, I would very much be worried when we come to larger yields as to how fast our combine will be able to move. So I might take a quick look at the settings for this mod, for the Combine Experience mod, because yeah, I think it should be moving a little bit faster than this, especially on not a full yield. We do seem to be getting a full yield on this end of the field, amazingly. I mean, that is suddenly jumped, and you can see up here. Wow, that is why it's dropping down to 1-2 miles an hour at this end of the field, because it is a really big yield that is coming off it. We're well into the green, so it's getting about double what we had otherwise. In fact, so here is expected yield of 64%. What have we got down the end here? So I think it's talking about, yeah, it's talking about the whole field, 64% yield. Whereas what we're actually getting with precision farming is a much higher yield at this end of the field. This is a 120% yield at this end of the field here, whereas the other end is giving us an 85. So we're getting a higher than expected yield, I would have said. That's really good. I'm actually very happy with what we're getting off the soybeans here, but this is why we're getting slow progress, and I think it might mean that we need to tweak this mod ever so slightly, just to make it not so much of a hard thing to get stuff harvested when you are getting a good yield like this. I think this is possibly the biggest farm I've ever started with on a start from scratch. I mean, we have a massive field over there in field 12. We've got this field as well. We bought field 1. We've bought field 6. By my normal calculations of trying to get myself in a good position with 5 fields, we're already looking at having 6 fields once we've divided field 12. So that is just a really, really good start. What it's going to take now is careful planning to make sure that we get everything off these fields that we need to make the most money. It's going to be quite a careful setup to do that. And to make sure that I've got enough time to do it. If we've got 3 days or 3 months of harvest window, and we're looking at 6 fields, that means that we definitely need to do a field a day during that harvest window, and maybe just trying to extend things out a little bit and get things so that we're not in a position where we have too much overlapping. For example, if we have a look at what crops we can plant, if we're looking to plant some winter wheat, and probably maybe some spring barley, then both of those have that harvesting window. Whereas if we were to also plant some corn, we've got a harvesting window for that there. Sunflowers, we've got a harvesting window for that here. Potatoes, sugar beet, you know, that extends our harvest from July. And in the case of sugar beet, all the way through to December. So it gives us just this longer time that we're able to harvest for and to get everything on these fields in. So that's what I want to carefully plan for and make sure that we can do. It's also the whole thing of planning so that we can feed our pigs. But as I said, I'm swiftly coming to the thought that the best way to handle pig food and be self-sufficient with pig food is to plant certain crops on the farm, and then what we'll do is we'll do most of the pig feed stuff, so maybe some potatoes, some sunflowers, things like that via gardens as we have the space for them, and just keep the pigs fed and ticking over that way. Another job we're going to need to do once we've got these fields cut and mulched is going to be getting everything scanned. We need to get a scanner on here check what our soil types are, make sure that we are able to handle all of that, and yeah, make sure that we're good. We certainly seem to have a good set of soil at this end of this field. The fact that this is deep in the green, that we're getting 120% yield off this, is absolutely fantastic. So I want to sort that out and make sure that we get the soil done properly. We are 89% full, so we're going to have to empty on this row at some point. But that's all good. And yeah, that's not bad actually. We're looking at probably a tank and a half off this field at the end of the day, especially considering this end of it is the better end by the looks. And it'll be finished off fairly soon after this. Let's get our auger out. Now, the thing I want to test is whether we still have a manual unload now that we've got the manual discharge mod turned off. It might be part of Combine Experience, and that might be why we've been having that mod conflict. So we're going to get this up to 100%, and then we'll bring the tractor and trailer over and get it emptied. And hopefully it won't, well, hopefully it'll still be a manual discharge, and I can just sort out the key bindings so that it happens on my side panel instead of having to press a key to do it. Certainly it's fixed, though, with it turned, with the manual discharge mod turned off. It's fixed for hired workers, so that is all good. Combine is full. It didn't quite make it to the end of the row, unfortunately, but it's just about there. Right, let's pull this underneath, see if it does have a manual discharge when you've not got a hired worker on it. No. Okay, so I need to find out what's up with manual discharge mod and why it's having that conflict, because I really would rather manually discharge the stuff from the combine than do it the other way, unless we have options in here for it. Doesn't seem like there are. No. So yeah, I think need to look a little bit more into that. Let's start up the comb again, start up the thresher. We'll start up the header and start up the thresher. Pretty much emptied. There we go. Right. Not a huge amount left of this field to go. And we'll just clear it out and then we'll be done. Given the speed with which we're doing this field and how fast our other tractor, I think, is handling the handling field 12, I think I'll be all right with a 3 to 4 meter seeder on here. I had originally considered going for something like this. This is a John Deere direct seeder. It only requires 60 horsepower, and it is 6 meters wide and probably would work really, really well on this map. But I don't think it's overly realistic. Whereas something like this might be much nicer, sort of an 80s, 90s Iseria seeder instead. I think would be a good choice. But let me know what you think in the comments. What do you think we should go for? Or we could grab something like the Amazon, like the 4 meter Amazon seeder that I've used on a fairly regular basis. That would fit in with the right sort of time period for most of our equipment on here, and I think would work well for us, especially the 4 meter. We got the 4 meter wide 8. I think it's 8,000. That might work really well for us on here. So yeah, let us know what you think. Do you think we should go for something like that on here? Do you think a 3 to 4 meter piece of equipment would work well for us for that on here? Or do you think maybe a 6 meter direct seeder with that John Deere would be a better choice? Doing fairly well at the top end of this field. We're not slowing down too much. I don't really think we should be dropping below maybe 4 miles an hour. That's what I'm thinking about with this mod. You know, I'm chugging along at 6. I don't think will it go any higher than that across here. No, so 6 miles an hour is sort of the top speed I would expect to go. I don't think we should be slowing down to less than about 3 miles an hour though for particularly thick crop. You know, if we get a maximum amount of yield on here, I don't think it should slow down that much. Let me, again though, one of those things, let me know what you think. It's going to slow us down a lot for doing stuff on here if we keep the harvester going that slow. Although, as I said, with our bigger crop calendar and possibly by spreading things out, we should be a lot better off. Bring this up the side, auger out, and empty into the trailer. So yeah, not even a full trailer off here. We need to go and wash this harvester though, which means we're going to have to go and buy a pressure washer. So let's get the auger in for that. And once I hear it go in, like so, we can turn it off. And we'll go get this, well, we'll go get this tipped in the shed because we've got no space for it in our silos. 8,801 litres in the trailer. Okay, fair enough. Let's get this reversed up then and get it tipped. And there we go. Into the corner here. Tip it up. And just leave these soybeans on the floor. That's the nice thing. Beyond the sort of the standard little areas that you have for storing stuff, so the silos and things, there's a very nice extra bit of space for tipping stuff on the ground. I always remember when we ran out of space in the silos on the farm, we cleared off a section of the yard and we then went and tipped it into there. Right, let's park this up, and this now is going to free up our 7810 to do some field work, which is great, because going into the end of October and into November, we definitely want to be getting some of these fields ready. Right, let's turn this off and we'll head to the combine. I'm not going to worry about refueling the combine before we put it away. It's going to be sitting there for a year. It doesn't need a massive amount of repairs, although we probably will get repairs done. What I do want to do though is yeah, get it washed. Look at the state of that. So what we're going to have to do today is buy a pressure washer. What I need at the moment is my Landy, because we're going to go and hook the header trailer onto that. I do like this Land Rover. This is just a really, really great mod. And to have this on this setup just sort of puts the icing on the cake. You know, it's the cherry on the top of the bakewell. It is just absolutely perfect for what we're doing. Let's see if we can look straight back into reverse. There, that should do it. Oh, look at that, perfect. Right, so back that up, and looking at it, which way round do we want to be? Yep, exactly this way from this road. So most of the time, the combine, we won't worry about where the taking the header off. It's start and end of the season, and when we're heading over to the other side, so sort of over to field 6, we'll need to take it on and off. But what we do need to make sure when we're planning is that we do plan for the minimum amount of having to do that. So we want to get it so that our header only really has to come off and get transported over to the other farm once, rather over to the other side of the river once, rather than splitting where we're doing fields. Right, where am I going to put a pressure washer? I think, looking at these sheds here, these seem to be utility sheds for the most part. So I can either put it there, or we can put it here near our workshop. And yeah, utility shed's definitely the place to put it. We'll put it this end of the barn here. So I want tools, and we're gonna go with the style overlaps with another object. Now here we go. Yeah, I'm not too worried about that. Is that trying to put it on my head there? If I bring this round, yeah, we can get it in this corner. In fact, we can get it in this corner and it'll work nicely. Right, so like that. 1,550. Perfect. There we go. Nice little pressure washer. And then we'll just bring our combine around and park it up here. Now, will this combine fit in our sheds? That's the big question I've got now. As we give it a good wash down. Oh, I do like this TR86. Tired Iron Modding has done a cracking job with these. A good 80s New Holland harvester is brilliant. And fits in right with the era that I'm trying to sort of recapture a little bit here with our equipment. Right, let's back this up. And then forwards. And we've got a little bit of wear now with our combine, now that it's got 5.5 hours on it. Right. I think, looking at this... This shed almost definitely will fit in. This one over here, I think, is less likely. This really is... Oh, no, it will. Yeah, okay. This really is our main equipment shed that I've tipped the stuff into. So this is where I want to put it. It's got a nice hard floor. And we're only going to put the soybeans on the floor here for a little while. Right, where is our landy? We want to park up the header trailer next to it once we've given the header a good wash. So let's take this up to our wash point over here. Park her up. And then hop out. There we go. Give it a good wash down. Yeah, just about reaches here. 20% damage. Yeah, well, what we'll have to do before we start off next season, next harvest, we'll have to get the header out, get the combine out, give them a good repair and setup and everything, and go from there. But that's looking much cleaner. And yeah, cleaning your equipment does help to reduce the wear and tear on it. So, well worth doing, as I've discovered. Let's bring this over here. And park it up next to our combine then. And this should mean our... Well, yeah, we might have trouble getting the combine out, but we should probably get the header out first anyway. And yeah, I do like this. This yard feels tight, but at the same time has plenty of room to maneuver. So it's quite a nice yard for that. That and that should do it, I think. How close did I get to that back wall? Oh yeah, that will do it. Perfect. So out with the landy and park it back up over here because oh yeah, I need to wash my trailer as well. Hot landy here. And yeah, this is looking a little bit dirty after the harvest. Did I disconnect it? I did. And we'll give the tractor a quick wash down as well. Post-harvest clean is always a good idea. And we're just waiting. I'm just trying to see where our other tractor is. And you can see now why we need to do that field division. It's still going. It's still mulching that field. And it's going to be mulching that field for quite a while yet. There we are. So, yeah, next time I'm going to have to grab myself a plow. We're going to have to get field 1 plowed, ready to plant some stuff. I think most of the stuff we plant this year, well, we're probably going to end up planting a couple of wheat fields before the end of the year. So field 6 is almost there. I don't think that needs plowing. Let's just check. No, field 6. Oh, field 6 is full of weeds. Field 6 is cultivated and ready to go. It does have a lot of stones on it, but the majority of them are small, so that's not going to be too much of a problem. It is full of weeds, doesn't need plowing. We should be able to just go straight over there and plant wheat in that. So I might do that actually with this. So yeah, very important. Let me know in the comments, what do you think we should go with for a seeder? We're going to be looking at one for next time, and so I think that would be really good to have you guys feedback on that, and we'll go and see how that does. Let's go park the tractor up in the shed. And this, yeah, this 7810 has done really well. Right, back it up, park it up, and we have plenty of space for equipment in here. We need to get field 12 split up. We're going to do that into 3 fields. I know Thefisherj was saying that he split his into 6. But I think for me, I want to give myself a set number of fields to hit sort of each month or so, and sort of spread things out a little bit. So what we're going to do is we are going to be getting the field we harvested last time mulched. We've got a little bit of time to get that done today, so that's field 3. Our other 2 fields are mulched, and we need to start getting them cultivated. We also need to get everything scanned today. So what we're going to do is come into here. We're going to get ourselves a hired worker on this field, and as usual, we're going to use field work for Courseplay. Field position is there. Target position is here, like so. And we'll open the Courseplay generator. Number of headlands, 3 seems to be good for this tractor. Start work on the headlands and sharp on the headlands. Yeah, so pretty much the same setup as we had last time. Generate me a course, and we are done. So not going to be too bad. It's going to start down that bottom corner there. So let's head down there and get this started off. Yeah, this is going to be pretty good for this. I don't think this is going to take too long to do this, so that's not too bad. And line it up here, first waypoint, and get it to go. And look, we have a female worker heading off, and away she goes. So that will get this field mulched. Doesn't seem to be a massive amount of difference between how it looks now and how it's going to look, although I think these bits will basically get filled in. If we have a look over here, though, and look at where we are with our fields, let's turn the mulched on. You can see we've got the nice purple of the field being mulched there compared to all of field 12 and all of field 1. So this is our last field we need to get mulched, which is brilliant because we are looking to get our fields turned around and planted with some winter wheat, I think is what we're going to do. First, though, we're going to jump in our 7810 here, and we're going to head down to the shop because there's actually something come up for us, which is quite cool. So I was asked you guys last time in the comments to tell me what you thought of that John Deere seeder, and pretty much unanimously you agreed with me. It wasn't massively realistic for the map, for what we're doing here, and it also isn't going to be very easy to get around the roads here. So what we're going to do today is we're going to go for something different. We're probably going to go for either a 3 or 4 meter wide seeder, and it's not going to be a direct seeder either. So we're going to have to prepare the fields first, but that's where our 7810 comes in, because checking the offers this morning, we had something come in which is absolutely perfect. And as you guys know, this doesn't always happen to me. It's the Amazon KG 3001 Super. It's got 60% off it, so it's well within our overall balance. And it's a power harrow. So this is exactly what we want. So we're going to buy this. It's got a few hours on it. How many hours does it have on it? It's 25 months old. It's got 22 hours on it. It's perfect. So, oh, no. Came out. I meant to actually go buy it. So we're going to buy that. Yes. Okay. Perfect. Now, it does take us down to not a huge amount of money left, but we do have a couple of aces in the hole. We do have some buildings we still need to sell and get rid of. So we're going to rework the yard a little bit more with those. And hopefully that should give us not only enough money for us to buy a seeder, but also enough money to buy buy the seeds to go in it as well. I also need to talk to you guys about what we're going to do as far as feeding the pigs. So as I said, we're looking to get pigs. By complete fortune, and thanks to the person in the comments who put this in on what the breakdown for mix for pigs is, we have all three main elements to feed the pigs with. What we don't have is potatoes, but we can put a garden in and do potatoes. So, well, potatoes or sugar beets is what we need. So yeah, we will probably get that planted and get that done as well, which will be absolutely perfect. Now, my plan is that we will probably switch tractors at some point and get a seeder so that we can get a field in. We also want to do some work to split field 12. So I need to go and do that as well. Let's pull this into here though, and yeah, field 1, we're going to get our 7810 out and working. And I need to decide where of our eventual 6 fields we're actually going to be planting stuff. I'm very tempted for field 6 to be one of the ones that we do. I think I want to do that, and I think we want to do probably one of the fields for field 12 with the wheat. But we have got until the end of November to get it planted. If I can get it planted before then, that would be better. But certainly before winter, we want to get that winter wheat in. Something I mentioned earlier is that we are going to need to scan all these fields. We're going to need to get the soil types all worked out. As a result of that, though, we might also have to get some lime on here. So there's a fair amount to do, especially on the winter wheat stuff. Now, this was barley this year, so I kind of want to refrain from putting wheat in here for the next year. This field probably isn't the one that we absolutely want to be getting ready at the moment. But as a test for our piece of kit and for us to try everything out, and as a field that actually is ready for us to have a play around on, it's not too bad. And it's not the end of the world, really, if I do put barley onto here. Well, I'll put wheat onto here, sorry, it having been barley before. What I am going to do, though, I think, is put winter wheat into field 6, as I said. So it's going to be a fairly high priority to get that scanned. This is the point at which a third tractor would be of massive, massive use. And unfortunately, we just don't have the funds for it. It's gonna cost us, well, to get the one I want, as I said before, it could cost us as much as 50,000. We do have alternatives. We have a look in here. We've got not the mini agricultural pack, sorry, the small tractors. I did get hold of a mod that is might be really useful on here, and that is this. We could go properly old school. Now it appears really big in the shop, but we go with the design for this, and yeah, with the safety cab and front loader attacher. Engine setup, I wanted to go for the 3000, but the UK setup or the European setup, and I wanted to go with the slightly larger wheels. Yep, not the AG versions, those ones. Yeah, so that setup I thought would be pretty good for us in our yard. That would cost us just 8,045. It's not a bad looking mod. Can't select the number plate on it is my only issue with it. But yeah, tell me, what do you think to that? Would that be a good choice for us? Don't know why it's appearing so big in the shop. It is a little bit of an issue. Otherwise, yeah, we're looking at something like the Zebra, I think, is where I'm going to go for that. Alternatively, could go for a little 5110 instead and put a front loader on that for our yard. So there are options, but at the moment, yeah, none of them are affordable. Even that 3000 series, that is completely unaffordable to us. One thing I really like about the UK crop calendar we're using on here is it gives us time to get everything done. I don't feel pressured to have all of my crops that I'm looking to do on here planted by the winter. It means I can spread things out a bit. It means we can spread work out at this end of the year and spread things out across the harvest. So if we pick the right crops, we're in a position where we're able to spread harvest over a few months. We're not rushed for harvest. We get a wet day. It's not the end of the world. It just means things get that little bit easier, especially when you're playing at a 10 times like I am here. It just means that you get that extra day or two where things are doable, and you get a nice spread of everything across the year rather than everything sort of being lumped into one small period well, really towards the back third of the year. So I'm very pleased to have that on here. It's going to work out really well for us, and as I said before, should mean that we not only get all these fields ready, but we get the winter wheat in as well, in plenty of time for the winter. And looking at it, our other tractor has finished mulching the field. Time for us to go and see if we can sell some buildings, raise a little bit of money, and maybe grab ourselves a new seeder. So there we go, job all done. Let's start this up and get the county off here, and then we can take this. And think about it, it's not the seeder we need first, it's the we need to get these fields scanned. So let's go do that, and what we're going to do is we'll drop our mulcher off in the yard. We'll go put in the lean-tos over here, and then I'm going to lease the field scanner. Where can we put this? Let's go here with this. We do need to get this pressure washed, so I'm going to have to give that mulcher a clean later. But right now, actually no, I'll just forget to do it if I don't go and do it now. So we do have pressure washer. We've recently learned the importance of washing all of our equipment. Helps to reduce the wear and tear on everything. So let's pop over here, give this a quick wash. And then that means that that can be put away, and we won't need to worry about it until next year, until we get some more crops done. And then we're going to pop up to the shop and grab ourselves the soil sampler. Tractor and mulcher all clean. Let's put that away then, and then back this out. And actually, I'm just going to reverse all the way into the shed, avoiding my fender, and into here like so. Perfect. Right, that goes down. Off it comes, and off to the shop we go. My biggest concern right now is what we need to do to the fields before we can actually get them seeded. We got 2 fields that are ready to take seeds, but if they need any work, if they need any lime on them, that might be a problem. Let's have a look. There we go. Azaria, 17,000 for that. So we are going to lease it. 867, that's fine. What I'm more worried about is how much it's going to cost us to get the results back from these scans. It may be... Well, I was going to say, it may be that we scan the important fields now, work out where we're going to actually be planting stuff, and then when we've got more money, hire this again and do it then. So let's go do field 6 to start with, and then I think we probably need to start looking at field 12 and seeing where we're going to break it up and where we're going to put our dividing areas in order to, well, plant some wheat in it. Field 6 is our satellite field. It's the one that we managed to win at auction a little while ago, and it looks like actually it has already been limed. That is awesome. We may be able to just go straight in here and put crop in. The fact that the previous owner has limed it for us is brilliant. So let's just... The other thing, of course, we've got is if we find we have an issue with getting this done and getting it or getting our fields in a position where they are ready to be planted, we only need to have 1 field of winter wheat. We could do a field of winter barley, the biggest spring barley. The biggest problem we've got is that we then don't have the storage space. We're going to be tipping a lot on barn floors if we go with that sort of strategy. Oh, I can get more of this field in with a single bit here. Getting the right position to scan stuff and cost you the least amount of money is a true art form with this piece of kit. You really, really want to be doing as little as possible. Now, of course, the use of precision farming does go a little bit away from the 80s and 90s theme that I've got going on here for our farm, but I do like precision farming. It does add another level of realism to the game. You know, even back then, you still had to deal with your various soil types and how to best farm them. So I don't see it as a big problem from that point of view. And as I said, it does add that little bit more realism, that little bit more challenge as well. Which I think on a series where you are doing a start from scratch and you are trying to be fairly realistic, you do want to have that in, even though it may not quite fit the time period for the majority of the machinery we're using on here. It is why, though, we're not using GPS. This GPS was not an 80s and 90s thing. So, yeah, won't see that in this series because of that. Unless, of course, we get towards the end of the series and we do big upgrades to the farm and sort of bring it a bit more modern. I'm currently not planning to do that. I don't think we're going to hit that point with this. But we shall see. At the moment, I'm just happy with the tractors and equipment we've got. It's a really nice setup, I think we're coming up with on here, that we're approaching on here, and I'm enjoying the hell out of using this stuff. Final little bit. There's a tiny chunk not done in the far corner of the field, but I'm not too worried about that. We've got a 99% coverage of field 6, which is perfect. Let's have a look at how much this will cost. We've got 14 samples, so it's going to be £1,400, I think, to get these in. So what we're going to do now is we're going to head back over to the farm, and I think we're going to try and work out where we want to split field 12 and get that done as well. Back through the farmyard and down to field 12. It is a huge field, absolutely massive. It's going to cost us a huge amount of money to actually work this out, but we're going to have a look and see where is best placed for us to split this. Now, ideally, yeah, you see, we could do a field. So we've got a roadway into the bottom half here, but that is not going to be a very big field going across there like that. I'm wondering if we go a little bit more odd shaped and take it across there like that. Possibly. I think we'll still be left with a pretty big field down the bottom corner here. If we look to actually put a road down the side here, so widen this bit here, have a pretty big field at the bottom there. How does that compare to other fields? Yeah, so in comparison to field 1, I think we can get a field out maybe from this point. I'm going to go this point here and across. That is about halfway down the field. So no, that's not a good choice. I think here and across. So first bit, landscaping, painting. We're only going to do the rough grass texture for now. We are going to do it fairly big. I think that size is probably our best. And just take that across this point here. That's actually probably bigger than I want to go, but never mind. Right, let's get our... Yeah. Not enough money. I didn't think that would cost me anything. In the past, on other maps, it hasn't. Drat. Okay, right. We are going to have to then sell some stuff. Right, okay, fair enough. This I did not want to have to do because this is not what we're going to do, in fact. Right, what we're going to do, I am not going to be planting that in field 12. I don't think we can. What I'm going to do instead is we're going to go and, as I said, we're going to go and plant. I think I need to rethink this. Let's go do a bit more of the cultivating while I have a think, and maybe we see what the state of field 6 is. I am a little bit annoyed with myself for that mistake. That was unnecessary and really is going to cause us problems. I mean, I put in the soil samples for analysis on field 6. They have come back. Of course, it's cost us 1,400 to do it, so we're in the negative at the moment. Not much I can do about that, unfortunately. And yeah, we need to earn a little bit of money back to do that. Unfortunately, we're not looking at best prices for most of our crops until sort of December, January time, which will be too late to get any winter wheat in. I know that I can sell the sheds and we can get some money in that way. So we might do that. But in general, yeah, we have a little bit of a problem with cash flow, as we always do. Let's have a look at field 6, as I said I was going to. Let's bring up precision farming. And wow, the entire field is silty clay. When we purchased or looked to purchase that, yeah, it did say that. It really did. Wow, that is just, I mean, everything around there is 100% silty clay. That's not a great place. Field 1, yeah, this is our best field, I think. Yeah, it is. It really is our best field. So, yeah, we're going to put wheat into that field, into field 6. It is pretty much prepared for us. I think if we have a look, how is it with everything else? It is looking okay. I think it has been limed. Nitrogen wise, yeah, it's going to need plenty of fertilizer. No yield map on there at the moment, of course. So it is. It's not the greatest field. We did get it for an absolute steal. We got it for 30,000. We are going to have to, though, work fairly hard to get a good yield off it. We might get 100% yield off it if we're all right. Silty clay, not the best land, not the greatest bit. And in fact, looking over that side, looking where our farm is positioned in general, we're not looking at a great yielding farm anyway, because it is all silty clay. Mostly. And yeah, up here, this is our best field. This, I do not regret buying field 1 at all. It is absolutely fantastic as a field, and it's going to be our best yielding field for the whole farm. Halfway through, or over halfway through this field, I think, at this point, and this little setup is working well. We've got a good amount of power for this. I think there's 100, because this is the turbocharged version of the 7810. We've got a little bit more power, up to 135 horsepower with it, and as a result, it's fairly able to cope with this piece of work, and makes me very happy to see that. We are coming up to 3:30 in the afternoon. So I'm hoping that the result of that is that we're going to get this done today, and it means that next time we can concentrate on just trying to A, sort out the silly mistakes I made with money today, and B, start getting some crop in the ground, because yeah, if we don't, we're going to have a bit of a problem. Do you want to just check on what the prices for the various crops we have at the moment are? So for wheat, we're looking for a maximum of 732. We're still quite a way off that. For sorghum, we're looking at a max of 943. We're getting there. 835, although British grain is dropping again. 827 at the old watermill. So that's not too bad. And then our last one is not diesel. Oh yeah, the last one we've got some soybeans. 1,038 for those. They top at 2,226. There is no way. Yeah, we're not selling those until July next year, really. In fact, they're probably mostly going to go for pig food, the soybeans, because they, as I said, all three things are part of our mix for the pig feed. So we're going to be holding on to some of that to get them done post winter, so sort of December time, when we're looking to get the pigs after we've sold that first batch crop, is when we're going to be looking at doing that. And so I've got to make sure that I keep enough crop back to feed them as well. because we want to make sure that we're at least doing well enough with that until harvest time again. I'm going to take the opportunity here with the longer part of this field pretty much done to sort of fill in this top headland here. It means that we then don't have to come all the way back around the top of the field here, and while we're doing these longer strips, it just kind of makes sense. So best way to do that is to come around here and line up to the end here, go along this headland here, and then back, and we should then have this end of the field all complete. Good to see that taking the front wheels of the tractor up to the edge of the field basically gives me 1.5 width of our cultivator. So we want to, or our power harrow. It's a power harrow. So that it's fairly easy for us to deal with. And yeah, round a little bit to fill in the corner as usual. Bring that down and up to the corner, and then again we turn around and go back, and that's then this headland done, and we don't have to come back and deal with it. And hopefully we can close off bits of the field or bits of the headland like this as we're going across the field. So the next thing would be to try and do the next headland as we finish off the smaller section of the field. And then we just need to go along the main edge towards the entrance to the field to finish things off. Just gone 5:30, and being October, the sun is setting. We are not far from the end of this field, but we should get it completed tonight, which is great news. We have a bit of a cash deficit still at the moment. We're minus 3,018. But fortunately, we do not need these barns here, and we can get these demolished and sold and moved out of the way. So let's start today with that. Give ourselves a little bit extra cash. So where are we? Into here, into construction, and we're looking to demolish this building here. So we'll get only 4,947 for that. Okay, and this shed here, well, we'll get 494. Now, I was hoping for a little bit more cash than that for those. But to be perfectly honest, I'm glad we've got what we did. It is going to mean we're a little bit short of cash, but I want to sort a couple of jobs. So we are going to pop over here, and we're going to go first and clear up a big error we made last time. And that is basically the problem we had with field 12. We need to go and get rid of the grass area we did. We're not going to split it like that quite yet. And we might just run some, well, we might just run some grass down the middles with the seeder come the new year and do it that way. But whichever way I do it at the moment, I am going to have to get rid of the strip we put in last time that cost us a lot of money, and so we're spending money to clear up mistakes today, and that's going to be a little bit of where we're going with today's video. So we are fast approaching December. When we get up to the shop, actually, I will go through exactly what that means. It initially means, and the initial startup for that is that is when we're going to get a lot of money in. We've got a lot of stuff that we can sell come December, and we're probably going to make about 100,000. Now, the upside to that is that it's going to mean we can get a lot of work done. We're going to be able to get a seeder with some seeds. We're going to be able to shape the land a little bit, and we're going to be able to get everything scanned. The trouble we have at the moment is that I'm going to come into here and I want to borrow a plow. What have we got in our options? So 185. Oh, really? Oh, hang on. No, the server will do it. Right. 15,000, so we can't afford it. However, we should be able to afford a lease for it. Yep. Okay. Yes. So, as I was saying, what we are going to find ourselves needing to do, is sort our fields and everything out. I forgot this was on the back of here. That is not a problem because we want to get rid of it. There we go. We did have an overnight cost of leasing that, but somebody pointed something out in the comments for the last video that if we're doing a truly 80s, 90s setup, there are probably restrictions we want to be putting on how we're using precision farming. First of these is nothing that uses GPS, which is exactly what that is. So we're going to return that. And we will no longer... Really? Okay. We'll no longer be using anything that uses GPS. So select that and return it. So no more use of the Isaria. We will pay an agronomist to come and scan our fields instead. It'll be a little bit more expensive, but it will make sense. Other things we will disable are things like... we won't be able to use spot sprayers, so no use of spot sprayers, no use of automatic application rates either. We will have to manually adjust the application rate, apply a little bit and see how that goes on the field, so that will be fun. And basically it's going to make our whole use of precision farming a little less precise, as it was back in the 80s and 90s, where you would get an agronomist coming in and doing soil samples for your fields and doing those themselves, and then advising you on what sort of levels of fertilizer and things like that to use on your field. So yeah, we're going for that realistic little bit of throwback to that, which I think is quite cool. I think that is a great suggestion, and I absolutely love it. Now, my plans for this field are very much that we are going to separate it by bits across the field. I don't know whether we will actually do it this way. And is that going to go up to that's going to go up to the edge? Let's turn on that. There we are. So I don't know whether we're going to put large bits of landscaped grass through the middle, or what I might do instead is just split it into 3 fields. So we'll plant up to a certain point and maybe try and define that using Courseplay possibly, and then possibly maybe put a thin strip of grass, something that costs a lot less money than this did, because this cost a huge amount of money very quickly, is actually very wide, and is stuff I don't want to be doing. Have to clear this up. So still planning to divide this into 3, but again, not looking to do it till after December. And you might have gathered by the fact that A, we've got no money at the moment, and B, we are doing this and talking a lot about what we're going to do after December, that we are looking to sell stuff off first before we move the farm forward. And this is the important bit. Oh, that's opening and closing that. I want that. So yes, I have chosen which crops I want to plant on here. We're going to do some spring barley. So whereas we were going to do wheat before, we're going to do spring barley now. We are going to do probably canola, I think, and then maize. And I think those 3 together should allow us to put together pig feed. And then the last thing I'm looking to do initially is to get a to get a garden done and get some potatoes in and feed the pigs from the potatoes in those gardens. But then I want to also put in some sugar beet as we get bigger, because as I was saying before, I think this tractor will nicely run a sugar beet harvester, and our 7810 should very nicely run the trailer for that. So yeah, we're kind of set up pretty well on this farm to do sugar beet if we can get our hands on a decent sugar beet harvester. So yeah, it's all good. I am very happy with where we are at the moment. And once we clear this out, we can start looking at where we're going to go next today. Now, somebody did point out an interesting conundrum to me recently. It's just come back to me while I've been plowing this and clearing up this mess. Is that pig food is not overly expensive. You can see in here that the pig food for 1,000 litres is £900. Now, interestingly, for £900, we can actually sell most of our crops for more than that. The sorghum, which is the crop we have the most, when that hits its top price in January, it's over £900. So we would make £43 for every 1,000 litres if we sold all the sorghum and then bought pig food with that money, which is massively interesting. But the wheat tops out at 732, so we would lose money if we sold wheat to buy pig food. And the soybeans we have tops out at a massive 2,226, so a huge amount above the pig food. I'm kind of going, right, I need to work out what is the best way for me to make money. I think if we sell all of this crop and buy pig food, we will actually overall be up. And that's the interesting thing about it. That sorghum especially, soybeans especially, which are so massively higher than the price of the pig food, is just makes a massive amount of sense. So the choices we've got really are whether we go and grow crops that are cheaper for sale, and we end up then using those for pig food so that we make money on them, and possibly because they may have higher yields, we end up using less overall to feed them than we basically exchange for pig food, or whether we get ones that pay us higher amounts of money but may not yield quite so much. I think there's a really big question here as to which way is worth more money to do it. The other thing we could do is get some chickens and use that on the wheat, or use the wheat for that, because we are guaranteed with the wheat for it to be cheaper for us to feed that to the chickens than it will be for us to buy chicken feed, which is $1,400 per bag, and therefore that's a great way for us to make extra money from our chickens, because we know we can make more from the eggs. So yeah, let me know in the comments, what do you think? We're a little way away from selling things at the moment. It'd be interesting to see the calculations for how much wheat we could possibly get, for example, off this field, and whether it's worth going for higher yielding lower value crops or lower yielding higher value crops when comparing them to either feeding them as pig food or using them to buy pig food. So what we need to do now, while we've got this plow, is check which fields might need to be plowed. And actually, it's our old favorite, field 1, which we spent so much time last video getting that prepared and done. That needs plowing, and we're gonna have to go up there, I think, with this tractor and get that done. We might as well. We've got the plow, we are able to use it, and you know, that will be most useful for us. The one thing I am wondering about, and we won't know until we can get an agronomist on here and get these fields scanned, is how much we have in the way of lime to get spread, whether we need to raise the pH of some of these fields. I have a feeling that field 6, despite the fact that it's been limed, does need to have a bit of lime put on it and its pH raised. So there's that as well. And of course, the other thing we got coming up is pumps and hoses. Not that we actually have any slurry to do with at the moment, but eventually that should save us a bit of cash by getting the pig started with that. Let's come into here, and we're gonna head up this side. Yeah, it's not gonna be much other than sort of plowing our fields today, I think. Plowing this much of a field, though, we are gonna have to get a stone picker in here as well. Yeah, I have turned create fields off, so now we should be pretty good as far as being able to go up this side here. But you can see already we've got some fairly large stones being dragged up by this. And this isn't going to do our environmental score on this field much good. But it is something that we will actually end up making more money by plowing it this once and getting the plowing state sorted than we'll lose in the environmental score. We've got quite a heavy stone presence with doing this job on here, and as I said, I think given the size of the stones this is dragging up, we are definitely gonna have to get a de-stoner on here. It's gonna cost us a little bit because we'll have to hire one, and again, it'll be one of those jobs that gets done before the new year, or as part of what we're doing in the new year, so probably a January, February time job. We have yeah, it's a little bit of an expense we don't need, but it will cause issue and damage to our equipment, especially the it being larger stones. If it was medium stones and was a little bit more spread out, I might be less worried about it and about the effects it'll have. Small stones we could just deal with. We'd be able to just get them into rolled back into the ground very easily. But yeah, these large stones are going to prevent us with a problem, or present us with a problem, and we need to deal with that. So that is going to be something, as soon as we get a bit of cash in, we are absolutely going to have to deal with. When I originally planned this video, I had expected to actually make more from the 2 barns that we sold at the beginning. I thought very much that I was going to get enough cash to maybe get the seeder, maybe allow us to get the agronomist on some of these fields and get them scanned and get ourselves set up, and possibly even get to the point where we were planting the wheat today. I'm not actually that disappointed. We are getting a job done. We are putting the county to really good use, and we are going to improve the output and the yield from this field. There's no two ways about it. This field now will be better for what we are doing at the moment. It is just slightly strange that this has not gone to plan at all. I am yeah, I'm doing something now that I did not expect to be doing. I knew I was going to get the plow here for sorting out the problem that we created in field 12 last time, yeah, we are now sorting out a problem that I wasn't expecting to fix here in field 1, and we're running not too badly for time. It's 11 in the morning. We are running at 5 times because we got less daylight in November. So I wanted to make sure we had enough time to get everything done. But yeah, looks like we're going to have plenty because we are probably about a third of the way through this field. So despite the slightly shaky start today, we are now running a lot better than we were. So one trick I've found with plowing, which is a trick that actually is very true to real life, is if you get your front wheel in the previous furrow and line yourself up like this, you'll find that for the most part, the tractor tends to stay in that furrow and in that first rut. It's quite amazing. I'm slightly out of it at the moment because the furrow didn't exist the whole way down it. But as long as you get a nice straight run the previous one, you should then have minimal trouble getting turned, stay on your line when it comes to doing the next row. It makes it very much easier to manage. And so, yeah, we're going to line ourselves up here. We've got a little bit more of an overlap because of what happened at the end here. But down we go. We make sure that we are into alignment. So we're at 180 degrees. And away we go. And it pretty much, yeah, you can see it staying in there. The thing that actually throws it out, I find most of the time, is the stones. And it is the big problem of the stones. It pulls you out of the rut. It moves your wheels about a little bit and means you have to make more adjustments. If you are just sitting in the rut, you tend to be fine. And you tend to get a nice straight run down the field. In fact, at the moment, I don't have my hands on the wheels at all. I'm just occasionally making a small adjustment just to correct things and make sure we stay on the right track. Something that you guys did give me some fairly positive feedback about last time was the little Ford 3000 that I was talking about possibly getting on here. A lot of love for that. A lot of people liked it very much and said that I probably should get it. And I'm certainly thinking initially, while money is tight, it might be a really good idea to get that and just keep it for a little while. One thing that did come up, and some people had said that they'd encountered when they'd used that mod, was that it has trouble taking a front loader. And yes, I have heard that, and very much when I went to download it and when I found it, there was a note there not to use a standard front loader with it. And they did also give a way of actually getting a front loader on it. So if we pop into here, you'll see we've got this mini agriculture equipment pack. Now I found this on LS Farming, and this has lots of variations of standard in-game equipment. Things like the Landini, that it adds on a front loader console, which I think is a very useful thing on these little tractors. And it's a little front loader, and that also comes in this pack. So yeah, this is the XB100. It's slightly smaller than the others. It's meant for a small tractor, and this one here that's available in this pack will work with that little with this tractor here that we had a look at last time. So yeah, if you want to use this, and yeah, I quite like this little tractor, then you can very easily do it with that. Actually, that does not have a number plate on it if I go with that cab. So yeah, I might go with this. 36 isn't really enough. So yeah, we'll probably look at the 3000 European setup with a front loader attacher and all that setup. So yeah, 6,000 odd pounds will be perfect for when we've got a little bit of money in and to keep our price down at the moment. And then we can maybe get the Zebra or upgrade to something else a little bit later on when we've got a bit more money. But I think certainly going into our first full year, that will be a really useful little tractor. Almost coming to the end of the bigger part of the field with sort of the longer edge on it. That means I'm going to go and do the headland along the top here next and finish that off. And then we've just got that extra area, or that area along the end there to do. It is going to fill this right in, so we're going to have to drive back down this way, but that's not a huge problem. But look at that. That is great. I'm very pleased to do that. And we're making good time as well. We are absolutely making fantastic time with this. It is only 2 in the afternoon. We're looking at getting it done by about 5 p.m. This whole field, which will mean that then this will give us the maximum we can yield-wise because of this, which is important on this field. That's because this is our best soil field on the farm. We've not had it properly scanned yet and done yet, but it is definitely the best field we have on the farm because it's basically listing it as a 125% on the yield, or a bonus on the yield, because it appears to be a 100% loam field. So we don't need to worry too much about that aspect. We do need to get it scanned in order to get a rough estimate of what our application rate should be. And as I was saying earlier in the video, we are looking to manually do the application rate to try and keep things a little bit more period specific. The kind of time when you didn't have computers mounted in your tractors to A, tell you where to go, and B, give you a really good readout of exactly to the centimeter where you should be putting what on what crop, what on what field. So yeah, we're gonna get a little bit more realistic than that. We won't save a massive amount, and we hopefully should still get a good yield off it, but it'll all be done by eye and be sort of an average across the field, which is going to cost us more money overall, but I think it'll be more realistic, which is why I really love that idea. This headland has gone in here nicely, so we're looking at 3 passes for the headlands on this field, with how much space we've left ourselves. All in all, though, I'm fairly happy with that. That's good. And we want to head back down to the other end and get that all, well, get the rest of the field done. We got another half of this side of headland to do on the shorter bit of the field, and of course the headland the whole way across the top. Let's just fill this little square in here, and then we can head back down here and get the rest of the field done. We're once again reaching the edge of the field, and after 5 odd hours in this tractor, I'm really liking it. It is absolutely perfect for the jobs we're using it on Attingham for, and works out well. The one thing I will say, and that I still dislike about it, is the turning this circle. The turning circle is just horrendous still. It does not turn very well. That is because of the large tires on the front. It is very realistic from that point of view. They are, because they're so big, they do limit the turning circle of this tractor. It's not a horrendous thing. I think I make it a little bit more of it than I actually mean to. What it is just means that it takes a little bit longer to turn at the ends, and you end up having to do a lot more back and forth maneuvering in order to get into position. Otherwise, it's perfect for the kind of field work we're doing with it, and we're using a lot more at the moment than our 7810. But when we get into doing the seeding and everything in the new year, we're going to have this doing a lot of the ground preparation work. So the stuff we've had it doing already, the getting our the power harrowing of our other fields will all be done with this, and then we'll get the 7810 behind, just going through and doing the seeding behind it. So we will be using both our tractors come the new year. It's just at the moment we only have one job to do on the farm, and that is this. We need to get these fields, or we need to get this field prepared. Looks like, as I said earlier, we're going to get through all of this field today, get everything prepared and ready, clear off the fact that this field needs to be plowed, and yeah, then we might still have to throw some lime on this. That's very possible, but what I might do is throw the lime on before we come and pick the stones, and that way when the stone picker converts it, it'll move the ground a bit and allow us to get everything sorted and the lime pushed into the ground a little bit before we go and get some seeds in it. All in all, though, we are doing the last strip up this side, and then I'm going to get the headlands done. Final row to plow to finish off this field and finish off this headland, and then we are done for the day. And not a moment too soon. It's 23 minutes past 4 in the afternoon. The sun is setting a little bit, but it's all good. That has got that done, and yeah, look at the state of our tractor. I think we might get this back down to the farm and get this washed, and then we can get this plow returned, because we have no further use for it. And in all honesty, I don't think we have much more to do on the farm this year. I think we probably need to we need to get some money in. I think it's going to be a case that we go and get our produce sold. We'll move forward to January, I think, get some money in and go from there. As I said earlier, let me know what you think to the idea of selling produce and buying the pig food rather than just feeding it straight to the pigs. I think for most of the crops we have, it's actually better for us to sell it. I think going forwards, it's going to be something that we need to look at and compare yields and things like that, because it may be much more worth it for us to go and get the go for a higher yielding but lower valued crop, and we might end up making more money that way than doing a lower yielding but higher value crop and going that way instead. We're gonna head down to the shop because we are very much out of money, and we're in need of a bit of a cash boost to get us through the next couple of months until we start selling things in January. So, because we've not got a huge amount of money, well, in fact, because we've got no money at all, and because we're unable to actually take or unable to actually get any hired workers going, it cuts down what we can do in the contracts. And as our options are limited, there's not really much here to take. What I would love to do, I would love to go and do this on Field 42. It gives you everything you need to do the whole thing via follow me, and we could very easily do this in much less than the 2.5 hours, 2 hours 40 it suggests it would take. However, that's not possible. We don't have any money for follow me and workers, so I think our best bet is probably to take on this. It's a little bit of plowing. It's with a New Holland and should do us fairly well. We're gonna get about just over 4 grand from it, which should be enough to get us through the next couple of months, certainly. And yeah, hopefully we'll be okay. So let's borrow the items for that. There are a couple of harvesting contracts. Neither of them are paying well at all and are not worth our time. There's some fertilizing, but we can't do fertilizing until we have some money, and both of them are slurry anyway. Yeah, it is just purely plowing, really. This is actually a very similar setup, so we'll see where we are. We might see if we've got the time to do that one. But for now, we are going to take on this with this nice New Holland T7 HD. It's a 275. We'll go and grab the weight first. We do have sat-nav on this, which is great, or GPS I should say, not sat-nav. So we've got sat-nav on this tractor, so that will make this job a little bit easier. It'll also give us a chance to go and check out the fields that we eventually want to add to our farm on the other side of the river. The only downside to the fields that we're looking at today is really that they are very silty clay. It's not great land, and as a result causes us a bit of an issue in actually being able to make the maximum from it. But I think we should be all right. Right, let's get the beacons on, out onto the road, and across to field 8. I don't plan to do too many contracting videos on this series. It's very much more about our farm as opposed to lots of contracting stuff. We're doing a lot of that kind of thing really on Stone Valley, and I very much am wanting to restrict it to that a little bit, especially with how much we've had to do to get it to that point. This looks like a dead field of potatoes, which is, yeah, you can see why they want it plowed up. Are we actually destroying them? No, because this is a contract and we don't do crop destruction on contracts. Where is our best line on here? Actually, I think our best line is probably over the other corner, or no, we'll do it on this line here. So open this up, turn it round. We've got fairly good lines around here, and if we go up the field like this, yeah, we should do fairly well. We might have to fill in a little bit on the other side, but I think we'll be okay otherwise. Let's bring this to here, put that down. We will turn on the GPS, set our first waypoint, and away we go along this edge here. Does fairly well. Actually, I'm going to reset this. Not happy with that. Okay, I think I've got it. Now, my offset is wrong for my tractor, so I want to invert the offset. There we go. Right, so we're running at 5 degrees. We're running up the side of the field here. Everything working fine, so we can hide the lines now. And yeah, as I thought, we're going to end up coming out into the middle of the field a bit, and we'll need to sort that out. But that's not a huge problem. And if this all runs smoothly from here, I am going to be very happy. So I've moved over to the edge of the field now, and we're just going to fill this area in. What I want to be careful of is not too much on the actual grass. I want to, again, keep us as realistic as we can. And bring it round and in. GPS does make such a difference to doing these kind of jobs. And it's the downside to running a farm with 90s equipment, 80s and 90s equipment. is that we won't be able to have GPS, and it won't set up like that. And I think using it for contracts and things like this, yes, we're a little bit out of our time period, but otherwise it's okay. It's really what we can afford, because we do have some more modern things running. This is serves to be a little bit of a juxtaposition to what we had last time, with the fact that we were doing this without all of this modern equipment, and still had a very similar sized plow. I think we had a 5-furrow plow compared to a 6-furrow. This is a 6? No, this is a 7-furrow that we're running this time. And it really does show the difference between the more modern equipment and the older stuff. And that gets that area nicely filled in, and it means we don't have that hanging over us at the end, so we can just spin round now and get back into the rest of the field as we should, and work our way across it. Looking really good. We are 12% in fact of the way through this contract, and so we're getting through it fairly quickly, especially now that we are into longer runs on here and not fiddling in this corner. We should be doing fairly well. Something I do want to talk about is the comments from last time about the things I raised about the pig feed. Lots of really interesting stuff. Some great calculations. Thank you for those in the comments. Just absolutely brilliant. It seems that of all the feeds that you can get in Farming Simulator 22, pig feed is the one that it's worth buying. It's worth selling the crops, and it's worth buying the pig feed. And the thing that I really like about it is that there's a realistic reason and a realistic thought along those lines, which again somebody brought up in the comments, which was brilliant, is that the crops that we're selling, we are trying to sell the highest quality crops we can. We're not selling animal feed crops. We are trying to basically do the best crop set that can be sold. Whereas the pig feed will be made from the lower end stuff, the less premium stuff. So that's really where we're going from it. The thing that was amazing was that even if you went and made it from the cheapest crops you could grow, so the stuff that would be higher yield, and we would end up with more of it, and so less of it would end up going towards the feed overall as a percentage wise, you still made more money selling those crops than you would from the actual pig feed. It wasn't massively more. It was like £42 1,000 litres or something like that. But it was still more. It was still cheaper to buy the pig food, even making it from the cheaper crops, the less high paying crops per 1,000 litres. So yeah, always around, what we're going to do is we're going to sell all the crops. We are going to buy pig food in as and when we need it. We'll probably fill a barn with it, with some big bags of that, and yeah, that is how we're going to do the pigs. I think that is probably the best way for us to do it. Now, the other thing people have told me is that pigs aren't very profitable in FS22. I've had lots of people say that, you know, that you don't make a good profit on them, you can't make much money on them, and then very much this is one thing I want to find out with this series. Can we make a decent amount of profit from pigs on here? We're going to do farrow to finish, so we're going to buy young pigs, piglets, and we're going to fatten them up and get them to an age where they should be worth the most money. We're gonna keep a close eye on that, because exactly at what point the finish is, and at what point they become feeders is a very big question. And I want to look really at how much it costs to buy an older pig, and the price that we can get up to before we sell. So it's going to be a close eye that we're going to keep on that, see how long it takes to do that as well, and hopefully give some sort of definitive answer in this series for that. It's going to be an interesting thing. The other reason, of course, that I want to get pigs, apart from the fact I've done a lot of cows in FS22 at this point, and I'm doing cows on at least 2 series. I'm doing it on Stone Valley. We've got cows, and we also have cows on the realism experiment on Calmson Farm that we're doing on Sunday nights over on Twitch. We have that as well. We've got cows on there, and also on the multiplayer, the community multiplayer that I'm doing tonight. We've got cows on there as well. So doing lots of cows at the moment. I want to do something a little bit different on this series. So we are going to do pigs, and the other thing that we've got on here, I'm going to put this onto cruise control for a minute, is because we've got this over here. Where are you? There we go. We got the Pumps and Hoses pack with all of the pumps and hoses bits on it. So yeah, I want to try this stuff out. I have had a try with this cultivator and things, and it's really good, and the HP requirements for all of it is not too high, so that should work with the tractors that we have on this series. So yeah, want to do lots of stuff with slurry and use that to do our fertilizing as much as possible. So if the pigs save us money on fertilizing, and we can do all our fields with slurry, then the pigs are going to be worth it just for that, because the price of fertilizer is horrific. And yeah, I want to avoid that as much as possible. So we're going to have a play around with that as well, and see where we can go with pumps and hoses on here, and getting that all working. So lots to really do on here. We're still very early stages of this series. We will probably jump through December, and the reason for this contract today more than anything is to give us the funds so that we get to the end of December and we're not massively in debt. I mean, we wouldn't sit on our laurels and just wait to accrue debt. And we really want to hit the new year being able to sell all of that sorghum and all of that wheat, and be in a position where we're making a good amount of money. We may hold on to a bit of the wheat. One thing I'm not adverse to doing on here, which I am doing on a couple of other series, is chickens. Chickens always seem to be a nice little stable income. They don't bring a huge amount in, but they bring a little bit in, and it's always good to have some eggs. So yeah, we might build those into the rebuild of the farmyard that we're gonna do. All in all, though, the things that we need a seeder, and oh yeah, speaking of seeders, so I know which seeder I want on this series. There's a Massey Ferguson one, 4.5 meter, I think it's 4.5 meter seeder, came out really recently, mod, and yeah, I think we're gonna get that on here now. We'll do really great, slightly wider than the other ones we were talking about, and has a good transport mode as well for when we need to get it out to field 6. So yeah, I think we're going to go with that seeder on here come the new year. Also inexpensive, which is great, and about the right age too. And yeah, so fortunately most of the equipment we're looking to buy is not going to be very expensive. We're also, I think, going to go with that little Ford that I was talking about, and use that as our yard tractor for now. If we can eventually upgrade to the Zebra, we will do, but certainly the little Ford 3000 series that's a little bit older, fantastic yard tractor, I think we'll definitely be going with that. 2/3 of the way through the contract, and the field is beginning to thin out a little bit. You can see where the rough center of the field is, where our flashing 8 is in the map to the bottom left. But yeah, we are 67. Yeah, we're 2/3 of the way through this contract now, and this tractor is just slicing through this field very nicely. It is 2:05 in the afternoon. The sun has not got up very high. We've had this long shadow behind the tractor the whole time we've been working this field, and it shows that yeah, these late autumn into winter days, you do not get much sunlight. You don't tend to get an awful lot done at this time of year, so I'm not sure if doing that massive baling contract actually wouldn't have come back to bite us in the butt. The fact that we just don't have enough money to effectively do it in the time is neither here nor there. It would have taken a full follow me setup, I think, to get that done. Whereas we're not doing too badly with this at all. It's not going to bring in anywhere near the amount of money that contract would have, but it will be enough just to keep us above water. A bit of a question actually for you guys. There is a fishing area just a little bit down the map here. We go and have a look at the map. This area here, it's within the area that we're looking to get. So this sort of quarter of the map is where I'm looking to fully establish the farm. So the Attingham Fishing Club is in there. I think we'd have to pop down there and have a look at how much it is to buy. But it would be a nice little income. It's right by one of our fields. I mean, it's right by field 12. So it's already within our purview. It's an area that we want. And as I said, it would be a nice little bit of passive income. What do you guys think? Do you think we should grab it when we get the money in? Or do you think that having too much passive income like that is not a great way to go? I think personally, I would like to probably get it. It would be just that nice little bit to keep us going, probably help with our loan amount and things, and just mean that we're not falling too far behind on what we need as we continue to build up the farm. I notice on the PDA at the bottom left hand corner, both field 9 and field 8, and I think all the fields down this side, are actually small parts of much bigger fields on the real life layout. I think I'd love to see sort of an Excel version of this, an Attingham Park extended or something like that incorporated those fields. I think that would be really cool. There's certainly scope for there to be extra fields out that way, and yeah, I like that idea. It's a really lovely part of the world to have a map and to be doing a map in FarmSim. It's a map that I love playing because it's such an interesting area, and you just look around and yeah, it's a lovely piece of British countryside to be farming in. It is a gorgeous map. 3:30 and the light is fading fast, but we are 90% of the way through this contract. It is just plodding on and yeah, doing a good job of it as well. This will get us back in the black. Should mean that we have a decent little pot of money to keep us going for the next month or so. Should meet certainly all of our debt repayments and all of our costs for leasing stuff over the next month. We're not actually borrowing that much. We've only let's have a quick look at what our repayment costs are actually at the moment. So bring that on, bring this up, and have a look at our finances. So last month our vehicle leasing costs were 2,700. And our costs for our loan interest was 1,600. So that's for the full month. So yeah, we're gonna have about the same cost. I think this will therefore get us through till January. We'll probably come out back in January. We'll have the cost of well, we'll then be able to start selling stuff off, and I think we'll be in a similar sort of position to we are now, which means pretty much the maximum amount of money we can get back from our crop selling will go into our bank account and be able to be used. And actually, this is a good reason why I think it might be wise to get the fishing area and just have a nice little income from that. The other thing, of course, with now buying pig food, we don't necessarily have to go and get the gardens anymore. I still think having the gardens on here would be nice. I just don't think I'm going to do potatoes in them. The potatoes, last time I did them on No Man's Land, were really massive. I mean, it was just a huge amount we had to do. Unless I'm going to process them or use them to plant potatoes, which is a good way of getting some seed potatoes for planting, I don't think it's wise doing potatoes in there. So we'll have a look. I think we'll get the gardens. We'll put a couple of gardens in. If I can in some way fertilize them from the pigs, I will do, and we'll see where we go from there. But yeah, what we actually grow in them is now less important as far as pig feed goes, and we can probably maximize our profits from them instead. We're almost there, 99% done, and this will complete it in a moment. We are, as always, doing as much as the farmer has asked us to do, rather than going beyond that. Whatever reason he doesn't need all of the field doing, maybe he's coming back and doing it himself later, maybe he's going to grass it up. Whatever, it's his choice. That we don't necessarily have to do the whole field, so that's fine. It is coming up to 4:30 and the light is fading. I have got all of my lights on the tractor now. Because we have the fading light, but this is all looking good, and there we go. That is the most amount that we need to do. We need to turn the plow, and we can turn off the GPS. We will fold up the plow, and I'm just going to pop down to the fishery quickly. To the lake, the riverside pond bit. We'll have a look at that and just see what the price is. See how that might factor into what we can make and how we can go. I do like this area. I mean, these fields are good sized fields for the kind of equipment we're using down this side, and I think they're all going to be useful for us. From that point of view, this is the fishing area. So as I said, it's right by field 12, and it is quite a good area. So I think we have to actually buy the area, don't we? Because yeah, lots of yeah, it's a fishing area and campsite, and I think we basically buy the area. So if we have a look in here and have a look on the map, so that is the area there. The value is only 36,000, so that would be a really good area for us to buy, I think. And as I said, the aim of this series is to try and get everything, this lot down the side here, down the river, and then everything sort of up to there. So 2, 14, 13. 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 plus the fishery area. So yeah, we're basically looking to buy this area at some point anyway. I think having this area here as a passive income fairly early on would be pretty good for us. But I do want to know from you guys, what do you think? Do you think that's a good choice? I mean, we could also do a little bit of forestry work in here as well. There's some good trees that would make us a little bit of money too. So very interested in your thoughts there. Oh, let's let that car past. He had to brake. Right, I'm gonna head back up to the shop. The light is fading. We probably don't need all of our work lights on, but we could do with full beams. And as the day draws to a close, we're going to get this contract in and see where that leaves us. I think unless a really good contract turns up in December, we will probably move forward to January and get stuff sold and move things forward on our farm. Let's turn that off and all the lights. Because yeah, it's I don't want to end up doing too many contracts and things. We'll go to the contract desk here and completed contract plowing on field 8, 4,336. Let's collect that. Perfect. Yeah, there are so many baling contracts at the moment. But two plowing contracts still outstanding. Those will probably last through December, but I don't think we're gonna do those. All in all, though, fairly successful day. We've got £4,094. We are actually slightly earlier than I'd expected to be for this episode, because I was expecting to move forward to January, but it seems that that's not going to happen because best price has been reached a little bit early. If we have a look in here, the best price for our wheat, that is currently $7.39 and dropping. And $7.32 is our best price. So I want to grab that now. Sorghum, best price we're looking for is $9.43. And we are at $9.54. Although I do still have two prices going up. Whereas with the wheat, everything is, that's a long way below. So we may skip ahead to the next day and sell the sorghum, but I think the wheat certainly has topped off. The other thing we've got is our wonderful tractor here. This is now available in the shop used. It's got 40 hours on the one in the shop, but it would save us 20,000. I think I'm going to pass on that. I had considered changing that over, but 40 hours is very, very high on that tractor. So I think we're going to leave that. We'll stay with the one we've got. So yeah, really the only thing we need to do today is to get our 7810 running and load up the trailer and start selling some wheat, really. I have noticed that the shed here has had a whole load of snow fall inside of it. In fact, most of the sheds have, so I don't think we've got any snow masks on any of these sheds, which is an interesting thing to note, especially when we're storing some stuff on the ground. But it's time to make some money here on Attingham Park. It's time for us to move up in the world and be able to start getting our pigs and everything. So that is probably going to be what we're doing in January, is getting the pigs and getting them all set up. Probably get a new tractor today of some description. I think we're going to get the other one. Oh, wow. We can't even see the grate for our storage here. Right, we want wheat, so this is going to take a couple of loads of the wheat to do this. And there we go. We will put a cover on this while we're transporting it. There we are. And yeah, best place to sell the wheat, that is going to be British Grain by the looks of things. Yeah, British Grain. So let's see where that is on our map. Actually, no, best thing I can do actually is tag the place. So we'll tag it. We'll see where our bright green... I can't see where it is. Where are we headed? It also doesn't show you on that map there. Let's have a look on this one then. Do we have a highlighted place? Yes, down there. That is where we're going. British Grain. So I'll be out here, down the road here, and all the way, and then get lost in the housing estate, which is always a complete maze. I can see British Grain on the map now, and this is where things get a little bit maze-like. Now, oh, I can see the great green column sticking out of it as well, telling me where to go. And actually, I've not got lost as much as I normally get in this housing estate. Seems to be fairly close. Right. Oh, we are sliding a bit. That there, and I believe this is where we're delivering it to. So one quick check before we go in, and just make sure that our price is still good. In fact, the price has gone up slightly to 740. That's good. Just looking at the prices on this, that's holding at 952. But British grain here again, the price is still going up. So yeah, we are going to sell this wheat. We've only got 10,000 litres of wheat left, and I kind of want to hold on to that. If we're going to do some chickens, chicken feed is much more expensive to have to go and buy in than just to hold on to a whole pile of wheat. So I think we might add chickens to the farm, as I was saying last time. So we'll sell this 14,000 litres and make a decent amount of money off this. We're then going to head back to the farm, and it's taken us quite a while to get down here. It's taken most of the morning really. So what I'm thinking is maybe getting hold of something to lease at the moment and eventually purchase that should cover us getting a... Ooh, that's a first. So we made 10,746. We had a £500 environmental score penalty. Let's have a look at our precision farming setup. Yeah, we are into 32. I'm intrigued. If I select this, should be able to see. Oh, we've not scanned anything yet, so we've got to spend some money scanning our fields. We've scanned field 6. That's the only one we've scanned, and it is showing me. So that's got a 57 on it. A 26, a 26, and a 24. Yeah, we really need to work on our environmental score for next year. And of course, we are playing it with the harder version of precision farming. We can't use spot spraying because technology is too new for our farm, and yeah, we can't go scan fields ourselves. We've got to get an agronomist to come in and do it. And yeah, we have to turn automatic spraying levels off. We've got to try and work out ourselves what is the best spraying level, how much do we need to put on. It's going to be quite a challenge, it really is. And so yeah, getting that environmental score up, that's going to be hard. Attingham Park is a beautiful map, even more snow in the snow like this. It's just absolutely gorgeous with all that white out everywhere, and yeah, the low winter sun just hanging over the trees like that really helps things to stand out in relief. Just absolutely gorgeous. Now, I asked you guys about this in the or you to give your opinion in the comments last time about what we should do about here. Pull in here quickly, get out of the traffic's way. There we go. Because we're probably getting a... Oh, okay, I'm out your way. What we should do about the fishing area here, whether we should get hold of this. And it was a unanimous yes. It was absolutely, you know, this is in the area you're going for your farm. You should grab it. So that's what I'm going to do. We're going to raise enough money and grab this piece of land and get the fishing area. I must say, again, it's even more beautiful down here by the river in the snow. Just look at how amazing that is. Look, there's our farm in the distance. So yeah, it is visible from here. Right, back to work. We're almost back to the farm, and we've got a new auction at fields 25 and 27 are up for auction. Where are those? Oh, those are... Oh, wow, 27 is a small field down by the big dairy farm. And 25 and 26 are a large pair of grass fields down there. I think those are too far from our farm. I think that we would have trouble farming them effectively. So I'm going to leave that. Also, it's just gone midday, so it's taken us all morning just to transfer 14,000 litres of wheat. I think we're going to have to try and get something that's going to make this job a little bit faster. Fortunately, I can't afford to buy anything, but I think we can rent something that will help with this. So, yeah, let's go put this back. It is a little bit covered in snow and things, but it'll be all right. And I think we'll see if we can get something that'll move a little bit faster and might get this job a little bit quicker if we head down to the shop. So in our trusty Defender, let's head down there and see what might be on offer. Oh, it takes longer to stop in this weather, especially when the roads haven't been cleared of snow. Let's go park up here. I think this might actually be grass I'm parking on at the moment, but it'll be fine. Wow, the snow gets on the car really quickly. Let's go and have a look at what we have in here. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we've got that that lizard in there. That would give us an extra 20 grand, but as I said, 40 hours is way too much. What I'm looking at is this. This Fiat 9048 would be pretty good. I thought this was available in right-hand drive, but it seems not at the moment. Configuration, we can take up to 30,000. I'm going to leave the A decals on it without a spoiler, with a sun visor. I want a cover for it. No GPS. And the main color I'm going to get in the marine blue. And I'm going to have to pop over to Patron and find us a name to place on this number plate. So I've selected a Patron from the producer tiers who will have their name on the, or have their initials on the number plate. And today it's going to be Galcomp Gamer. So CGC will go on the number plate. Congratulations to him. And yeah, we are going to go ahead with that. So let's lease this. And it's going to cost us £5,112 to lease it. So about half of what we've just earned from the wheat. And yeah, it's going to cost us £1,000 a day and £2 grand per work hour. But we're not going to be using it too much initially. And yes, I want to lease that. There we go. So if we head out to the shop and the snow has melted. So yeah, we have parked on the grass. We'll leave that there for now though. And I'll come back and collect it later. But here is our brand new Fiat Turbo Star 19048. It is, as I said, unfortunately a left-hand drive, but that's okay. Pretty much every vehicle that we get in Farm Sim is. As I was saying earlier in the shop, I'm fairly sure somewhere there is a right-hand drive version of this. I'll have to go and have a look and see if I can find it. But yeah, I was fairly sure that this was available like that. And we're going to head back down to the farm now with this and get it loaded up with sorghum. And then as soon as I've done that, I want to check on the price. Because if the price is still going up, then it's not worth us selling it today. So let's just bring this under here. Like so. I think that's underneath. I can't really see from here. Yeah, that'll do. Take the cover off. And then we're going to fill it, not with the wheat, because as I said, we're holding on to that. 104,000 litres of sorghum. And that is heading in there now. So while that's filling up, let's have a look at the price. So British Grain is sitting at 941. County Stores is sitting at 939. And Old Watermill is still on the way up at 924. Price fluctuations, 943 is the top price. So in fact, none of our buying stations at the moment are above the maximum price, and we know that January is the best month. So I think what we're going to do is, with this full of the sorghum, we're going to put the cover back on it. There we are. And I'm going to park this up in the shed. And I'm going to head back to the hotel. I think we'll take the rest of the day off. And then we can pick this up in the morning. And get ourselves... I lean forwards here. Yeah, there we go. Not great. Can't easily see out there, but... I might be better off looking in the mirrors, although that line there would probably give me a good straight way in. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Oh, that's chucking out some black smoke. Right, and in. There we are. Engine off. Out we get. And we'll leave this here, and we'll be back in the morning, and we'll see what the prices are. 9 a.m. the next morning, and we're here at the hotel. Let's have a look at the prices. Looks like the bidding is going on quite a bit on the on that field, and yeah, price is now going down for sorghum, but everywhere is above the price we're expecting. So yeah, 957 is the price we're aiming for. 968 at county stores. So let's tag that. And that is down that end of the map. So can I enlarge to the point where I can see that? Yeah, that is right down at the gas station at the bottom corner of the map. So let's go jump in the Land Rover, and we'll head into the farm and go and get that nice truck full of sorghum we've got waiting there for us. And get that down and delivered so that we can make a load of money off this. And we're almost at the sell point now. This truck is much faster. Now, I can't see out the back, so we'll pop out like this and just back it into here. So we're expecting nearly 30,000 off this. And as we were discussing before, the whole idea is that we're going to be buying pig food rather than making it. And yeah, this should work a lot better from that perspective. And as the last few bits go in, we get 29,400 and 29,048. But that environmental score is hitting us really hard. I really think we probably should get the agronomist in sooner rather than later. Maybe before we sell these last two loads of sorghum off here, because losing that much money every time, that's not good for us. That is going to cause us all sorts of problems. So when I get back to the farm, we're going to make an emergency call, see if we can get those fields done, and see if we can sort ourselves out, because we're going to have to get those fields scanned at some point, and as it stands at the moment, it might just be enough to bring that score up. Okay, so our current environmental score is 32. Field 6 actually isn't that bad. We've got that at 57. That's not too bad. We got 26 and 26 for fields 3 and 12. But our worst one is field 1. So let's purchase the soil information. It's going to cost us 3,600 to do that. That is fine. And that is immediate. Wow, that's immediately thrown that up to a 39. And we're going to do the same for the main farm here. So we'll purchase soil information for that. That's 18,000 to do that. We can't, this is the thing, we can't scan this ourselves because of how we're playing this, and because we're using older machinery. We can't use something that uses GPS, and so yeah, ow. So yeah, there we go. So field 12 is almost completely silty clay. Field 3 is a mix, and field 6 is that. That brings everything up to 41 on those two and 39 on that. Not too bad. We are down to just 8,000 now, though. So yeah, let's get to selling the rest of this sorghum. Unfortunately, we're not going to have as much money as I'd hoped off this first year, but at least now we should stop hemorrhaging money for every sale we do. In fact, this is going to save us if we've got about 2.5 left. Should save us about 3,500 that we'll get back from what we've just done, which is important. We had to spend that money anyway. It's just amazing how much that's cost us. Reflecting on it as I drive down here, that is one of the things we were going to have to pay for, and the fact that we've done it before we've sold this means that we actually have £3,000 that we wouldn't have had before, which is good. I'm happy. It is just the expense of it. The fact that we spent over 20,000. In fact, we spent nearly 30,000 getting those fields scanned and the information done. Does hurt, does sting a little bit. But as I said, we were gonna have to do it on the first year, especially given the amount we were getting penalized for not having done it and not having a good environmental score. Especially considering we had to plow field 1 this year. That's the reason why field 1 was actually hit harder than our other 2 main fields, because we had to plow it in order to get it up to standard. We are gonna try and get those as high as we can within the limits of what we can do in this series, and I think that's going to be very interesting considering we can't do the spot spraying and things like that. We are going to have to do things like using a weeder. So a weeder, I think, is going to be a very important thing. We are still under a 50 score on the environmental score, so we're still getting penalized by £500 while we deliver this. But until we start working the fields this year, we can't get that any higher. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting after this coming year's harvest to see what the difference is between what we're getting hit with this year and how we do next year. Loading up with the next batch of sorghum. We've got gonna have about 14,000 litres left at the end of this, I think. Let's have a look what we've got in our storage. Yeah, 14,442. Prices are dropping, although county stores seems to be holding at the moment, which is where we're delivering to. 968 is, yeah, still way above the top price we're targeting. So very happy with that. That means that we can take this down there, and I am keeping my eye on those prices, making sure that we are continually getting the best price rather than just relying that where we are is the best price for all 3 loads that we've got left. And tipping our 3rd load for today. Yeah, I was saying it's actually 4 loads that we've had off of here today. So we've had 3 full loads, and we've got the 14,000 left that we're also going to sell today. We're not going to hold on to that. As I said before, we are looking to get 30. We're looking to buy pig food. Yeah, 29,012 with a minus £499 environmental score penalty. We have got to get that up. Should be able to get that up to 50% quite easily. But it's, oh man, that sucks. That really sucks. Back to our yard, last 14,000, and as I was saying a minute ago, we are looking to get the pig set up next time. I want to do, we need to buy a good amount of pig food. We need to buy as many pigs as we can because we need them to obviously make money. We're doing farrow to finish, so the idea is we're going to buy the youngest pigs we can, fatten them up, get as much slurry and byproducts we can, and then eventually sell them for as much profit as we can. And I'm hoping that that is all going to work out fairly well for us. The only thing that worries me is I'd like to hold on to a bit of cash if I can, to allow for any auctions for fields that turn up near us. You know, if field 2 was to turn up for auction, we'd get it at a absolute steal of a price compared to the others, especially looking at the setup we've got on precision farming here. You can see here that everything sort of here-ish, by the looks of things, is sort of silty clay. Field 2, I'm kind of wondering how that works out. That is almost all loam, 98%. So I reckon the bottom corner there is silty clay. Field 2 has to be a high target compared to the other options, which are all very, very negative on here. Of course, we are going to try and buy that today for 36,000. I think the sooner we get the fishing area on to our books, the better. It'll help make up for the fact that we're spending £1,000 a day on this truck, and the fact that we have a maxed out loan. So yeah, the sooner we can get a steady income like that, the better, because otherwise it is just going to be a little too costly to run something like this. And yet we're way short of the 100,000 I was hoping to earn for all of this crop. I think we're going to be in about the £75,000 range. Well, we're over 75,000. If we get up to 82, that'd be great, but we're not going to get that high. 79,000. The penalties have hit us hard. For the amount of grain that we've had, actually, it's not that bad. It would have been nice to have hit the 100,000, and the fact that we've had to spend a fair amount of money today in order to just successfully sell stuff, I'm happy. We got 79,000. We will be able to get a tractor, a yard tractor for that money. We should be able to get our pig set up, and we're going to have to spend half of it trying getting the fishing area. So we're not going to quite get as many pigs as I'd hoped, I don't think, but we are going to leave that for now and probably find out next time, I think, exactly how many pigs we'll be able to afford. The tractor is not going to cost us a huge amount. Of course, we do still need a seeder and seeds and everything for the farm for next year. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. You know what? Suddenly switching out our current tractor for that used one seems like a very, very good idea. It might have 40 hours on it, but it's £20,000 in our pocket. Half the money we would need to get the... Oh, where's that going? There we go. Half the money we would need to get the fishing area. I want to see, is it still in the shop? It's not. What is a TR87 for 36,000? I think we've got a higher TR than that. What have we got? We got a TR. We've got a TR86 for 48,000. That is a TR87. That's a step up. It's only got 31,000 hours on it. And I think it might be time to upgrade the combine. That one there is worth 36,000. Ours is worth 48,000. That would be 12,000 in the bank. I think that's what we're going to go and do. So it's not the tractor we're going to upgrade. It's the combine. And it's going to put another 30,000 in our bank for a larger combine. That, or a better combine, that is really worth it. And in fact, that's the price we'd get if we just straight up sold it from our shed. We're not going to be doing that. We're going to go and sell it from in the shop. which will be worth even more money. I did not expect to get the combine out at this point in the year and sell it for something better than we have to make money. That is quite something. And it's unlike the tractor, we use the combine less. So the combine is something that I feel a lot better about making this changeover for. Now, one thing I want to do is make sure that we get the same configuration set up for our TR87 compared to the TR86. So we'll stop that there. What is the config for this? Customize factory grain type, old short pipe, standard wheel setup, and no GPS. Okay, fair enough. Let's go speak to them in the shop and go and get this. That is basically a standard setup. So in here we got the TR87 factory grain tank. Factory grain tank, standard design. We're not going to go corn special or rice. Nope, just standard design, old short pipe, standard wheel setup. No, just want standard, just standard setup like that. Can we change the... Oh, why can I not change the look on this? I mean, I prefer the more red one as opposed to the New Holland bits, but there's no way to change those apparently on this. So TR87, we're going to go with this. This will give us a little more horsepower, 175 horsepower on this. Can't put a number plate on it, unfortunately. We will buy that for 38,478. Okay. And then over here, our TR86. That sells for. So we repair it for that. Up to 54. Repaint it for 14,000. So that should take us up to 69. There we go. And sell that. Yes. There we go. We are up to 95,644 and we've upgraded the combine. Did I really put the corn special on here for this? I didn't think I'd put the corn special on. Let me just take this in here. Doesn't matter if I have, of course. I don't think it cost anything more to do that, but I think that's what the design setup is. So I'm guessing. Let's customize that. Design corn special. Yeah, I don't think it costs anything to... No, it doesn't. So we'll just take the corn special tag off that because that's not what we're after. Yeah. Okay. Repair. We will repair it and get it up to full spec. I'm not worried about repainting. I don't like to repaint my equipment while I am using it. But yeah, there we go. Brand new combine. Perfect for our farm. A nice new TR87. I'm just looking at the difference between a TR86 and a TR87. They both cost exactly the same amount of money. They have exactly the same amount of horsepower and exactly the same amount of stats, except that the 87 is the newer model. So, yeah, that's not more powerful than ours. But we have managed to make about £20,000 by getting it. So I'm not going to worry about that. We've upgraded the combine to a newer model, but it gives us no advantage beyond that. It's been a couple of days of real ups and downs here on Attingham Park, but we are up to £94,000. We're in a position to get our pig farm started. I should get my lights on because it's quite an early... Well, it's not too early in the morning. It's 7:10. But we're getting a quick start today because we need to head down to the shop. We need to get a whole load of equipment and consumables and everything. Ultimately, I would like to get the pigs sorted today and get them set up. But we have a lot of things that are going to make our farm work first. We've got £92,882. So, yeah, let's park our tractor up here, and we're going to pop into the shop and go and have a look. And I have quite a long shopping list. First things first, we are going to need a yard tractor. We need something to be able to fill seeds and lime, to work the pigs and everything. And really, I would very much like to have got the Zebra, which is here. This would be my perfect yard tractor. Unfortunately, to get it with the setup we want is going to be 52,000-ish. I think if we put the front loader attacher on, the 5640 would actually be fine. We don't want the any of that stuff on. Wheel setup, we'd want wheel weights on if it does wheel weights. No, it doesn't do wheel weights. So yeah, it would be 42,000. So that would just leave us with 50,000. So in the order to do that, I think we will leave that for now, and we're going to go for something a bit older and a bit more classic, the Ford 2 to 3X. Now, it's only 36 horsepower for this. We should be able to get it with a good cab. So, like that. Now, I could go with the Q cab or go with the safety cab. I think we might go with the Q cab, actually. Slightly more modern and should fit this fairly well. My only issue with this mod is that it's so difficult to see the whole thing because it zooms in quite close. But yeah, we'll go with that. We want a front loader attacher. We do have a special front loader we can use on here. Engine setup, we are going for the 2000. I think the 2000 European is the one I'm going to go for. I could go for the 3200, but no, we'll go with the... What does the utility add? I can't see anything specific. So yeah, we'll go with this setup. That will do us fairly nicely. I am going to put larger wheels on it. We're going to go to the 1234s, but I'm not going to change the two-wheel drive setup. And of course, we are not going GPS. 7,925 is a darn sight cheaper than our other one. So let's purchase that. And then we're going to need a front loader to go on that as well. Now, the front loaders in here are all too big for this tractor. And I know people have had problems with it. So I have downloaded a mod up here, which is the Mini Agricultural Equipment Pack. This is a lot of base game tractor changes, but it comes with a load of accessories and things for smaller tractors. So we are going to grab this and we're going to purchase that for 2,300. So that's a small front loader or front loader attacher. Right, and then I'm hoping onto that mini setup we can put not the front loaders, the front loader tools. We want a single bag lifter. Buy that, yes, because we are going to be doing a lot of big bag stuff. And I could have gone for the homemade bag lifter. That would have been a better choice. Anyway, we've already purchased it now, so it doesn't make... Actually, it's only £200 difference. And then we're going to have a large-ish weight. I think if I can put a decent-sized weight on the back of here, maybe 1,000. Yeah, I think 1,000 would be good. We'll leave it as the base color and buy that as well. So that then, it's cost us about 12,000 to get set up. But hopefully... we've got, perfect, a nice little Ford tractor for our farm here. This should make the perfect little yard tractor for us. If it moves. There we go. Oh, I was worried for a moment. So yeah, we're not looking at really doing much pulling with this around the yard. It's very much just going to have the front loader on it and have the weight on the back and be used purely to lift big bags, lift anything with the front loader and work like that. So much cheaper than buying anything else like that at the moment. And hopefully with the weight on the back should have enough weight to it to pick up a load of big bags, but we will find that out in a moment when we start buying the rest of the kit. I mean, it can haul a trailer, and we could use it actually to pull the header trailer around as well if we need to. But yeah, there we go. I love the sound on this little Ford. Fantastic. Right. Let's park this up here, turn her off, and that's all good. And head back into the shop to buy our next bits of kit. So the next thing we're going to need to do on the farm is we're going to need to spread some lime. So we're going to look for something in here. I think my best bet, I had looked at this originally, this Vicon PS 1004. It only holds 1,700 liters of lime, which isn't going to go very far. This will hold less. Yeah, I don't think this holds as much, 1,300 liters. So yeah, I was going to go with this MF 2013, but it doesn't hold as much and cost me more money. So it looks like the Vicon, yeah, with the extension on is our best bet. Let's just check that. 1,700 versus 1,300. Yeah, it is. It's going to be this one. We're going to have to refill it a lot. And yeah, there's going to be a lot of work to continually refill this around the field. But yeah, I think we're going to have to go with that. Now, we've got the spraying sheet. So that would take it up to 4,000. That is still cheaper than the other one. So, yeah, I think we're going to buy this in this configuration here. And that gives us a good lime and fertilizer spreader, which, yeah, field 12 with this is going to be horrendous, but we haven't got much choice. The next job after that is actually going to be getting some seed in the ground. Now, lots of very expensive seeders in here we cannot afford. We talked a lot about getting this Isaria. It's a 3-meter seeder, would work very well. However, this has since come up on the mod hub. It is 5,000 more expensive, but it does do 4.3 meters, so we'll make our job quicker. It is a Massey Ferguson one, although we can get it in Vulture if we wanted as well. But I'm going to grab it as a Massey Ferguson. Power requirement is 95 horsepower, so it will work with all of our tractors. And we can get it with transport wheels and a hook, so we can get this down the road easily, which is the big thing we need to be able to do. So we're going to grab that as well. That will be 13,250. So yeah, nicely in the realms of what we can afford. The final bit of kit we need today is actually a 2-in-1, and it's this. It's the Johnston flatbed trailer. Now, this is a favorite of mine from JTev. He did a fantastic job on this in FS19, and yeah, in FS22, it's great as well. We'll go with a low attacher. We are going to put some EU tension belts on it. Wheel setup. We're going to be using this on the field, so to reduce the pressure that we put on, we'll get the slightly larger tires. And color wise, we're going to put the New Holland blue on it, because we're going with that for a lot of our stuff. And yeah, that's 11,800. Well worth it, because we're going to get this add-on for it, the Johnston livestock module. So this is 7,500. So much cheaper than getting a separate livestock trailer. So we'll buy that as well. And that should then finish everything up here. So yeah, you can see our seeder is in transport position. We must have to buy... I think there's something we need to buy to hook that up. I will check that in a minute. But yeah, we'll be able to get everything loaded up onto that. So let's get this lot transported back. We'll hook this up. We'll come back and I want to check out the seeder. So I'm going to get the other bits back. We'll get our little Ford yard tractor back to the farm as well. And then we'll see how we can get the seeder done. And yeah, we're going to need... Actually, no, I'm going to need my little Ford tractor back up here. Because we're going to need to load some big bags on. So I'm going to leave that here for now. And just get this down to the farm. Get our livestock trailer out the way. And get our spreader out the way. And then we'll be able to get the rest of what we need today. I've taken most of the stuff back to our farm. So I've got the flatbed trailer back here in position, ready to load up. We've still got our seeder here. I just need to work out if there's anything. Open the cover. No, there's nothing to do on here. That does need folding up, but I need to see if there's anything in the shop. There is an attachment for this. I just want to check that whether that is in here. So what do we got? Attachment, transport coupling. Here we are. So that I think goes on the Massey. So we need to buy that. Yes. And we should then be able... I don't think we can pick it... Oh, we can pick it up. And then I think that goes here somewhere. There's no connection there. Let's see if we can hook this up to this tractor. And I'm not 100% sure how this hooks up, but it certainly seems to be something like this. Right, like that. Oh, hang on. No. I've got that the wrong way round. Yeah, so the way this goes is that way round. And then that should connect up to there. But I think we have to get it onto the tractor first. So let's connect onto the tractor. So that couples like that. That couples like that. And there we go. So that is how you transport this. Absolutely fantastic. Is there any way... Surely... Okay. I think... It needs to, how it folds out, that's a little bit odd. But, yeah, I think we're okay otherwise. It just needs to, we just need to work out how to fold up that. Because it looks like that should fold up. But I can't see anything that says on how to do that. Open, close, hard. Now that lowers and raises that. There must be some way to fold that up because that is sticking out really wide. Now comes the really expensive bit. We need to work out for our fields how much we need of each set of big bags. We're going to need a lot of lime. We're going to need a lot of fertilizer and we're going to need a lot of seeds. So let's have a look in here. We have these 4 fields. Lime, we're estimated to need 38, 43, 38, 41, 47, plus a couple of thousand litres there. So 47, actually it's not a couple of thousand, it's just over. So I would say, yeah, I'd say 50,000 litres of lime would easily cover us. So that's our first thing, 50,000 litres of lime. Hopefully this goes far enough. So lime, big bags, we get 2,000 litres. So we're going to need 25 bags of lime. Don't think we have anything else. Nope. So, yeah, 25 bags of lime. Customize. So 8. Yes. Okay. 16. Yes. Okay. 24. Yes. Okay. And that actually will do us. That's 48,000 litres. So, yeah, that's fine. That's the perfect amount of lime. Right. We then need to have a look at the next bit, which is fertilizer. So fertilizer across those fields. We're looking at 2,000, 3,000. I'd say 5,000 litres of fertilizer hopefully would cover those fields. So we'll grab that for now and go from there. So big bags, we want to grab some. What are we going to grab? Those are seeds. Yeah, we will grab some double top, I think. And as I said, we've got 1,000 litres per bag here. So we're going to go with, I'm going to go with 5,000 litres. That should cover us. So that's going to be 9,000. So buy that. Yes. Okay. Ow. And then we've got our seeds. So seeds consumption for field 1. Field 1, we're looking at putting, well, we had wheat in there last year. So ideally we want to put, I think, some canola in there this year. So that will be 400 litres of canola for field 1. And then if we put canola in one of our field 12 fields as well, we're looking at roughly, so yeah, we need about 1,000 litres of seed for canola. For wheat, I'm gonna do barley. I'm gonna do this is where maths comes in. We need 1,000 litres of seed for canola. We need about a third of this for our wheat or our barley. So I would say that we need about 1,500. I think we're going to need about 3,000 litres of barley overall, because I'm going to put barley in field 6. And yeah, we're going to need about 3,000 litres of barley, I think. So that's 3,000 litres of seed for barley. And then, because it was actually really, really profitable for us last year, I am going to put in field 3 sorghum, and then our last part of field 12 sorghum as well. So sorghum in field 3, that will require 200 litres plus in here. We're looking at about 600 litres, so about another 1,000 litres of seed for the sorghum. So in total, we need 5,000 litres of seed. So let's get that as well in the big bags. And we'll go with the Anglia seed because, you know, me being from East Anglia, and we need 5,000 litres of that. So that's 5 big bags of that. There we go. That leaves us with 21,000, and that should cover all of our lime, all of our fertilizer, and all of our seed needs for the year. That's quite big. That's quite a lot. Wow. I think it's going to take me more than a single run, because look at all of that. So, yeah, we're going to see how good our little Ford is now at picking up big bags and loading them onto our trailer, because we need to get going. Oh, wow. It takes a while for this little tractor to get moving forwards. It really, really does. So that worries me as to how effective this little tractor is going to be. I think we're going to need something at the shop to be able to... Yeah, it's not... We can't put a double big bag lifter on here. But we're going to need something on here to be able to get this to be a little bit more effective, I think. Anyway, I'm going to be spending a bit of time now loading up some big bags as well as I can, because we have got to get a lot of big bags onto this trailer and try and get this back as efficiently as possible. I've got about a third of everything loaded. It's taking us a little while to get through, and I'm quite happy. I don't think we're going to be able to get any of the pigs purchased today. Just looking at the amount of time it's taken me to load this up, and the fact that we're going to have to unload this trailer in order to actually get the pigs. Now, if I'm careful, I can carefully just nudge that on a little bit. There we go. We're going to be hard pressed to get all of this off and then go and get the pigs. The alternative would be to lease another Johnson flatbed trailer and put the animal transport on top of that. But to be honest, that seems to be a waste of money, and we could probably better spend that on getting another pig. So yeah, I think we'll leave that. This little Ford, though, absolute godsend. Look at how stable that is when I've got the big bag up this high. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to do a second level of big bags here. We've got quite a bit of weight. I think our 7810 is doing okay. But yeah, if we do a second stack of big bags, so about not there, that's actually on the top of those. So they're in the middle of these. We should be able to get all of these back in one go, I think. But it's going to take some careful maneuvering to stack these in the right place. Like that, maybe? No, that's still... Yeah. I'll get these stacked in the right place, and we'll then be able to get these done in one go rather than trying to get it rather than having to do two goes. There we go. That's not too bad. Yeah, we'll get these on here, and we'll get it all back today. But I think the chance of getting the pigs done today is slim. I really wanted to get them started because it's going to take us longer to start earning money from them otherwise. But for now, I think it's more important to get everything back we need to in order to get our fields planted. On second thoughts, I've decided, yeah, we're not going to do that. That is way too unstable. It would actually be quicker just to head back to the farm, get this all unloaded, and then we can come back and load it up a second time. It just looked really, really horrible. 7810 wasn't initially very happy to be pulling this much load, but it's moving now, and we're going well. It is a case of trying not to take the corners too sharply, otherwise we are going to go over. But we're fairly low central gravity on this trailer at the moment. Oh, braking is not fun though. Let's just back this up a little bit. And our storehouse for all of this stuff, I've decided, is going to be this shed over here. We've got plenty of space to store in here, plenty of maneuverability, and it'll be just a good undercover area. The big downside is, for each field that we do, we are going to have to load up the flatbed with this. So it might have been wise to have bought the pigs before we did this, but... can't do much now. I need to get these off here, and whoa, too quick. There we go. Grab that, and yeah, use our little Ford 2000 now to get this done. And I'm glad I didn't put the 3000 or the 3600 engine on this, because we don't need it. It's for what we're going to be doing with this tractor, it is absolutely perfect as it is. Unloading stuff is much quicker than loading it. We're able to very swiftly just pick bits off the trailer and come and place them in here. Stability of this little tractor is great. I'm not as enamored with it on the inside as I am with the outside. The textures in here are a little bit funky, and there's a few gaps and things that I can see. And I think we sit a bit low. I'd quite like to see... You see the character here actually is sitting a little bit higher up than our camera sits. We've sort of got the camera at chest height on this. Otherwise, yeah, it's really nice. I like how everything's functioning. It does look a little bit like a tractor from an older version of FarmSim, but in general, it's very nice. I think it's specifically the cab. I think the outer bit of the tractor, the main body of the tractor looks nice, but the cab itself is a little bit blocky, and I think that's why we've got some holes, because it doesn't quite fit the tractor as well as it could. Having said that, I'm very thankful for this tractor. It is brilliant. It is doing exactly the job I need it to do. This shed is going to be great because we'll be able to just pull up beside it and fill, depending on what we're trying to fill up. I mean, the trailer, we just pull the trailer beside it and fill the trailer if we want. We could we can also, come on, no, pick that up. We can also get the we can also pull the flatbed up beside it and just load that up if I wanted to. I've not pulled it up beside now because I think it'd be a bit awkward for me to do that right now, but certainly, yeah, if we're loading it, I think putting it beside and then moving along with the tractor would work really, really well. So I'm liking this shed as a storage shed for our big bags, and I'm liking this little tractor as something that allows us to move the big bags around. It is working out very, very nicely for us. One small downside I found to this little tractor, its lights aren't very effective. I mean, they're on, but yeah, they are not really shedding any light, so they're not great. We are getting a little bit dark now. It is 5:15 in the afternoon, and one thing I want to cover before I finish is that I think I've worked out the best way for us to use this shed. So I've divided it into four sections, 4 quarters. We've got fertilizer in this corner. We've got seeds in this corner. We've got the lime in this corner, so that's going to come out fairly far. And then we're going to put pig food in this corner. And that should be a really great way to set this shed up and for us to use it. But as I said, I'm worried about the fact that we are running out of light, that it's getting dark, and not going to be able to see very much without very effective lights on this tractor. We are in the 7810 and we're heading down to the animal market because it is time to get the pigs. We finally got all of our equipment and everything. We should be set up. I've worked out how to use the seed drill. Turns out that the drawbar gets raised and lowered based on the mouse. So we should be, well, I've raised that up and put that away properly. So we've got the animal transport attachment on our flatbed trailer, and we're heading down to go and pick up our first load of pigs. We should be able to fit several in here. We've only got 19,625. So we've got to be a little bit careful. We've got to balance having the number of pigs versus actually getting some food for them and getting them fed for a little while. So we'll see how much a full trailer will cost us, and then we'll go from there, I think. But all in all, the farm is moving forwards. We did. Oh, I've got a bad feeling. So I spoke a little while ago. We'll just stop on the side of the road here. Did we? We didn't buy it. I meant to buy the fishing area when we did all the stuff, so I forgot to buy that last time. Probably for the best, seeing as we don't have enough money, or we wouldn't have been left with enough money to buy the pigs. So there is that. I'm hoping that once we've got the pigs sorted out this morning, though, what we can go and do is head back to the farm and start getting our fields lined. We need to get the fields ready to be planted come March. So yeah, it's important that we get the pH sorted on our fields ahead of our time working on that. So yeah, let's head down to the animal market and see how much a set of pigs is going to cost. So the animal, Attingham livestock sales is where we're at. So this is great. This is where we can pick up all the animals that we need. It's also somewhere where we can sell bales if we ever get to that point. Although at the moment we don't have a baler, and probably not looking to get one until end of the harvest. If we can raise the money. I think we're going to have to do a contract or two, to be honest. Right, let's unfold the back of our trailer like so. And into here to see what pigs we can get. Right, so we've got some German landrace. You can get them at piglets or fully grown, so gestated. So puberty at 6 months. Not that expensive, actually. Puberty at 6 months, we would be fairly good to go in with this. So we're looking to... I think we're looking to get a good number to start off with. If they're going to take 6 months to mature and get going, we should have a load of piglets by the end of the year, which will be great. So I am actually going to go for a mix. We will get, I don't know how many we can actually fit in our trailer. We'll try 6 Berkshires. Oh, you can't add multiples at the same time. Interestingly. Oh, okay, so here's how many we can add in. So we can add 16 in. So I'm going to get 6 of these. At the, so we're going 6 piglets of the Berkshires. Yes. Okay, we will get 6 of the Bethlehem as well by, yes. And then we're going to get 4 of the German landrace, because that's all we can fit. So that 16 pigs is a really good start for us. Should leave us with a decent amount of money, only 800. So actually, that's really good. I think we can probably make a couple more trips today, and get some more. Yeah, if we do 2 more trips, that would be really good. That is going to get us a decent number of pigs straight off the bat. What that be, 48 pigs, I think it is. So yeah, and we can mix them up like that. So we'll get 6 of 2 of them and then 4 of another with each run, and end up with nearly 50 pigs and a good start. I've been rolling the numbers around in my head on the way back to the farm, and with a 6-month puberty and 4-month gestation, we're looking at least 10 months before we see any piglets. Then you're looking at another 6-month gestation, 6 months to puberty after that, before those would be sellable. So yeah, definitely not a swift way of making money. It is the first time I've done pigs in FS22, so it's going to be interesting. Let's move these across. No, we're not looking to buy. Need to back my trailer up a little bit. That's at the moment. Not in that. Let's try that now then. There we go. So, we want, yeah, 6. Move to husbandry. No, I want to move all of them. There we go. Right. Yes. Okay. Select. Yes. Okay. Right. So we can take up to 270 pigs. I am not looking to buy 270 pigs. I'm looking to build up our pigs and our herd of pigs, and get them to the point where we we've got piglets that are filling them up, and that's how we'll make money on here. We'll take the piglets, we'll feed them up, we'll get them sold. So that's what we're looking to do, and it's going to be a long old road to do it. I think it's going to be one of those things where we get towards the end of the series and then we're going to make our money on the pigs. They are not a quick buck in FS22 from what I can see here. Anyway, I'm going to make two more round trips here, and we should then end up with 48 pigs. So it's probably going to take most of the rest of the morning, I think. My third and final trip to the animal or the Attingham livestock sales is done. And we've got our last set of pigs here. So that should be 48, as I said. Let's bring this in here. We'll get the back dropped down. Reverse up a little bit. Yep. And then we'll unload them. So in this batch, we've got... we've got 6 of the German... we've got 6 of the Berkshire, and then we've got 4 of the Bentenheim. So let's select that. Move those. Yes. Okay. Move those. Yes. Okay. And then move those. Yes. Okay. Perfect. So we should have 16 of each pig in here now. Let's just close the back of that up and have a look in here. Where are animals? There they are. So yeah, these are the animal dealer ones. You can't touch those cows. Whereas here we got 16 of each. All of their puberty is fairly low. One thing I was wondering whether I was going to need to do is buy a any kind of water trailer, but it seems like that's not required for the pigs, which is great. So what we want to do now is drop the animal trailer section of this off, and I'm actually going to drop this here. I think this is a perfect place to park this. And then what we can do is get this flatbed up to the shop, and we can purchase some pig food. I don't know how much pig food we're going to need. I think initially I'm going to start with just a full set of it. It may be that 8 is enough. And we disconnect this. There we go. So that drops off there. May not be the easiest place to get it out from, but it's a good place to put it. And yeah, we'll take this up to the shop, and then I'll get up there with our little Ford 2000 series, and we can load up some pig food. So we've got our bag lifter on the front of this. Bring it into here. And I've already got my 7810 sitting here waiting for us. Let's pop into the shop and grab some pig food. Right, so that will be under pallets, big bags. Pig food is not overly expensive. It's 900. So yeah, I'm very thankful I don't have any the water trailer to get, because yeah, this is going to cost us 7,200, but hopefully we'll keep our pigs fed for a while. And yeah, now all I need to do is get them all loaded up, which shouldn't take too long. I've got a fair amount of experience doing it now. Somebody did suggest in the comments on the last video that I should put a front loader up here at the shop, and I think we will do that. I think that that's always a wise thing to get done. That way we don't have to bring this little tractor up here every time. Not a massive distance to go, but far enough that we end up fiddling about to get this. Plus, we've got no number plate on this tractor, so yeah, it shouldn't really be going on the road anyway. I think long term we'll not only have this tractor running around the yard, but we will have a telehandler as well. I got my eye on the Merlot, actually. We had a Merlot on the farm when I was younger, and the Merlot that's available as a mod seems to be from around about this era that we're going for on here. Oh, so yeah, we should be able to do that and have that work out how I want. Final bag onto the trailer, and then I'm going to take this little tractor, get it back down to the farm and in position so that we can just pull big bags off this trailer and put the pig feed straight in. I need to make sure I get some fuel in this tractor before I do the next job in with it. I'd like to get at least one field done with lime today if I can. We're going to be doing a lot of that next time. It's going to be quite a lime heavy video for the next one, but if we can get a little bit ahead of ourselves, that would be good. I think, yeah, we want this a little bit further back, and it will be the 7810 we use for that. The 7810 is very much going to be the tractor that gets used for that kind of job. Right, that is in the perfect position. So back into our little board. Love the way the sound echoes in this shed. In fact, the way it echoes in all sheds. This is really, or takes a really long time to start going forwards. There's quite a delay when you start accelerating, when you first start this tractor up and it moves forward. There we go. Getting the balance right is the important thing here. Pig feed into the trough. And yeah, we just need to do this 8 times over. Final bag for today. And we just want to come onto there, grab that. Lifting it up initially always puts it on the, or lifts the back tires, but, and look at that, that's hardly showing. That's amazing. That's 8,000 litres of pig food we put in there, and it's only just beginning to show. We have a look in here. Yeah, 7,944. So much that would cost to keep them going all the time. We'll keep an eye on this. We'll see how it goes per day. But at the moment, they're looking fairly expensive things to feed. They've all gone up £6 already. So that's good news. But yeah, we've got a long way to go with our pigs yet. And it looks like we're going to be spending quite a bit on food. I can see why people say that they don't think they're massively worth it. Yeah, that is a lot of pig feed we're going to need to buy. But then, thankfully, midway through the year, we have got a few soybeans to sell as well, which should bring us in a little bit of cash too. Seeing as there's a little bit of time left today, we're going to hook up the lime spreader and see if we can get at least one field done. It's going to be... not going to be field 12. Field 12 is going to be quite a big field to do. But field 3 should be a good place to start. Now, we can't have the automatic application rate on. So I need to deactivate that because I said we're not going to be doing anything that sort of wouldn't be applicable for the 90s. We have a rough idea of what soil we've got. We know roughly how much we need to increase our crop by. There we go. But we can't automatically do it. We need to apply sort of a flat rate to most of the field or alter it on the fly if we can. So this is going to be quite an interesting setup to go on. The first bag here will go in. And yep, that is going to take all of this. Because this is a 2,000 litre bag. So, yeah. And then we'll just leave that on here. Leave this tractor in the shed. I think this tractor's going to spend a lot of time in this shed. And then we've got a... we currently have an application rate of 0.88 tons per acre. So let's bring this up. What should we have on here? You tell me. We need to bring it up by 1.25. So I don't know what application rate that is going to be. If I turn the auto on, does it tell me? Plus 875. So this is okay. Application tons per hectare doesn't tell me what the application rate should be. That's the annoying thing. If I go like that, it doesn't tell me. Oh, that's really annoying. So let's turn the auto application rate off. Okay, so here we go. So we should be able to go and up the application rate, and it will tell me how it's doing. So if I go M, okay, and M, so increase the application rate. There we go. So 6.3, but I think if we look at the map, the very corner here is loam. So we're going to have to switch the application rate halfway through the field. This is going to be fun. This is going to be a lot of fun. So as we get through the field and get to about here, I'm going to have to adjust the application rate as I go and try and get it to be about right. This is really interesting. Wow. Oh, need to be up a little bit. Yeah, that works. That could have gone a lot worse. Definitely. I'm quite happy with that. So yeah, that's what we need to do. We've got to keep an eye on our application rate. Thankfully, most of our fields are fairly solid. So let's go. So down, and we're already out. Wow. So yeah, this is going to take quite a bit to get this done, and it's going to be quite fun to make sure that we get the right application rate on the right bits of field. Without the automatic is going to be really interesting to do. Interestingly, I've used 3. We're on to our 3rd bag of lime here. I think we're going to need a little bit more. Yeah, in fact, we've run out at that point. It's quite, yeah, it doesn't hold very much, this. And I think that we've got the Amazon one. We could change over to that, but I kind of don't want to. I like that this is a fairly small setup and works pretty well for us. It's really challenging making the adjustments all the time for the application rate. That is really cool. And not having a computer do it and just sort of trying to set it myself. Yeah, I like that a lot. It adds an extra challenge to doing a job like this. But I am going to be forever filling this up with lime. We are... Yeah, that is our 3rd full bag of lime. How much did it originally say lime-wise for field 3? 3,174 litres. That is already more lime than that. We've already used 6,000, so I think we're going to need overall double the amount of lime we have on here. Which, yeah, is a fair amount more we need to buy. Thankfully, lime isn't that expensive. So it's an underestimate by quite a way as to how much lime we need. And we're probably going to have to go and pick up some more of that. But in general. Otherwise, we're all good. And look at the state of our ford. This is going to need a very good clean down by the end of today. Because, yeah, it's covered in lime. Most of the time, 0.875 seems to be about right. That, though, is all done. And we've still got 1,063 litres in our spreader. So we'll leave that in there for next time. I'm not going to wash the tractor because, of course, we have stuff in our spreader. So I need to do that. But yeah, 0.0875 seems to be about right, especially for that field. Our other fields, I think, are going to be a lot easier. We need to turn the tractor off and refill it. Ready for next day. But yeah, I think we are going to find it easier to do other fields. So all of field 12 is silty clay. I think that's going to require more lime than we currently have. All of field 1 is loam, and all of field 6 is silty clay. So I think field 3 is by far the hardest to do the manual stuff on, because it has this divide through the middle of it. Otherwise, our other fields should be fairly simple setups. But yeah, that's a good place for us to end today, I think. So all that remains is for me to say
thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Special thanks to all my patrons and channel members. Your support is invaluable in making these videos and helping the channel to grow. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the links below, follow on Twitch to watch live, and for more videos, subscribe and ring that bell. I will see you next time. Goodbye.